Hello, welcome to another owenferny live stream on a Saturday again. This has been a habit for 3 weeks in a row, but I don't think it's going to be a long-term habit even. But I've been having a lot of fun with it, and my wife is out again today, so why not stream? Why not do some animation? Makes sense to me. How are we doing, guys? Everyone good? Just setting up a few things here. Trying to finish off this sweet that's in my mouth. Professional. Why don't we have a look at what we want to do in this stream today? So, where were we? Well, we've done, actually, why don't we have a look at Maya and see where we were? So this is the animation that I've been working on. Just want to check that this is actually live on YouTube. 1 second, sorry. Cool. That's all working fine. All good. Sweet. Just set one thing up in the background as well. Just because I use my phone for the webcam, so no one can actually contact me. So I just need to leave some form of contact open in the background just in case. All right, we've got the relaxed movement playing. We have everything I think I need. Let's have a look at where the animation was, shall we? How you doing, Lord Luigi Riggs? So I just started to do some blocking, clearly. I started breaking down that first kind of initial walk a bit further. Just getting some of the mechanics in there. There's still a few extremes that we need to hit, but I've got the majority of the up downs of my center of my hips in there that we needed. So, blocking to do. How you doing, CRISPR? CRISPR? So, up downs, like a broken record, but up downs of the hips. And that is done. So what else do we want to do? Let's have a look. Probably should have looked at the end of my stream so see where I left it off, but so we want to get some more extremes in here. We certainly want to get the transition in here worked out. So we want green, thank you. Extremes. Other extremes. So that's not done yet. We've made a start on that, but we're not done yet. Thanks very much, CRISPR. Hopefully it'll be looking a whole lot more amazing by the end. I feel like I really want to get this blocking done in this stream, so that would be nice. So everything basically in a position to hit spline, and it works. How's it going, brother's photography? How's your brother's photography going? Is that just an account to post your brother's photography? What do you do? We want to take this away from the reference. Take away from ref. Or move away. Move away from the reference. Just slightly in order to, one, make it, these are all bullet points, sub-bullet point, to make it more feminine. And to make it more appealing. And then we might have some timing adjustments, and we also might have I guess in the transitions we'll need to go away from the reference, so transitions. So all of those things are kind of not one pass that I would do, but now during this blocking I'll go in and start to tweak things and take all of those things into account. So they're not exactly like a checkbox thing, like, oh, I've done a feminine pass, I've done an appeal pass, I've done a timing pass, and I've done a transitions pass. That's all just something I'm going to work in there, and as I go, I'll work it out, I suppose. So let's get started, shall we? I'm going to sync up my keyframe probe. This little window here, which is very useful. This is definitely my favorite stage of the animation, and I feel like it's the stage where things start to get exciting and you start to think, oh yeah, it's coming together. So exciting times. Let me just check that my animbot's all working fine. It wasn't. It is now. All right, so select everything. So I wanted to get this big extension in here and this big where it kind of starts to unhook from the legs, which is why I have that pose. So what other extremes do I want? Well, probably want to work out another one in between here for sure. And I also want to work out in between this, just so I have a bit more information to play with that transition and really use what I know about animation, I guess, to make that work. I also want to put in some beats, so acting beats, which I don't have yet. Comes up. So there's a transition here as well. Need to work that out. We have an up. Let's see if we can't get that in quickly. I'm just going to hit Tween Machine. We're pretty much in that last pose, so let's try and get that. Camera isn't particularly helping right now, so what I'm going to do is just open up the graph editor, and I'm actually going to mute this so that we don't have any camera animation on this. Just going to make animating a bit easier. Okay, select everything. So I'm going to start with this up down. It's pretty much getting to that final position, and maybe I could just push that a little more. Push this one. Looks like we're going down maybe a bit too much here, but maybe that's what we want, and then these ones need to accommodate for that. So let's grab this. See all those poses that I spent so long working on? Now just, let's change that. So one thing I notice in here is that we're kind of doing a weird, the weight is shifting onto these fingers right here, which is cool. Hey Yi Yang, how are you? So we actually kind of want to go over. And to make that easier, I'm just going to create a temp pivot using, using animbot. Put it at the end, and we can just tweak that. So I don't want these to be, kind of want some movement in those fingers. So let's just grab those. Grab this. I'm also not going to be so particular now that I'm in kind of B2, which is what I like to call it. This whole process I like to call B2. Just because it makes sense to my brain after having production to call it that. B2 pass. Blocking 2. But one thing I'm not going to worry about too much is obeying what the camera is, making sure it's like perfect in 3D space. I don't particularly care anymore. I've worked hard doing my poses and they're working well enough, but this isn't a game's animation. It's not something that is for anything, so I will just leave it. Now, one big difference I've got in this pose is this chest and head are looking the other way. So this is like kind of a beat that we have in here that we need to work on. Nice. So I was saying to Pup the other day, they showed me some reference through Keyframe Coach, and I was just saying how sometimes film a lot of reference until you get it right. It's much better to spend, even if it takes 20 takes, get something you're happy with rather than trying to work it out in animation. Use that time that you're planning to work stuff out. Don't do it in animation. It takes so much time to do it in animation. Work it out before and then just execute on it. Of course, there's some slight things you have to work out here and there, but the more you can work out in planning, the better time you're going to have, the easier it's going to be for you. Blend to that next pose a little. Pretty much in there now. Okay, so there's something similar going on with this hand too. Just want a little bit of compression in these fingers. Grab these. Last time I streamed, my back was really killing me. So, thankfully, much better now. And hopefully I can just get this whole thing done all today. Then choose if I want to spline it or not. I'm not sure yet. Maybe. If you guys want to see a spline pass, you want to see the spline process, let me know. And let me know if you don't. Just say, look, I've had enough. I've watched enough streams. You're milking it a bit now. The shot is done. Just stop. So, I'm just gonna like delay this. Oops. Delay this. Oh, that's not the elbow. Okay, we'll set up our layout that we like to have. Perspective one side, camera on the other. Just so we can come through with the elbow. Kind of see it coming through on this frame. So it just needs somewhere to go. And what's that shoulder doing? And let's move this head. See what's doing here, because this is kind of a key pose, something I want to work. No, I said I'm not going to pay attention to what it looks like outside of camera, but I don't know. Sometimes you do. Sometimes you don't. Depends what's important. I feel like this neck position, if we kind of stuck with this, it's kind of the thing that holds for like a couple of seconds maybe. So I don't know, just feels a little more anatomically correct like that. Might as well get that in there. Slightly knock down. Some jank in this back finger here. Not really worth even fixing, but we'll do it anyway. Cool. Alright, we got 1 vote for spline. Maybe I will do it. Due to popular demand. Okay, so I noticed that there's a weird transition here because I'm doing a cut in my reference. And actually I just want to be coming straight up into whatever that next pose is. So kind of going straight into it. Might have some slight tweaks on the chest as well in the same way, but I don't know. For me, that feels okay. I definitely want to get this hit working nicer. Feeling that spacing. So I'm going to start working on this. So I hit the pose here. There's quite a difference. So this might just need some spacing adjustments. Let's have a look at doing that. Did I finish this pose when I was working on it before? Maybe I didn't. Feels a little strange in places. Maybe I didn't do a full pass on this. Kind of noticing its head's going back as well. So I just want to make sure that I'm not going back and forth too much with that head and I'm paying attention to what that space is doing off the head. Michael, yeah, it's Keyframe Pro. Check that out on the Zerbrig website. It's very nice. It does cost money, but it's nice if you can get access to it. Alright, let's just do what I would like to do in this situation and just put in some more information. Just to kind of fill the flow a bit more. So let's choose a keyframe. Say we want, it's 5 between those, so let's put it here. Very broken. Let's just take that previous keyframe because I know everything's kind of in the space that I want, and just go with it. Doesn't even unravel that much, does it? Is that music too loud for you guys, or is it fine? I don't use cache playback. I find the time it takes to just cache it a bit annoying, so I just tend not to bother, to be honest. Taking a look at the arc of the whole thing. What's going on with the neck here? Such a long neck. Might be a problem, but possibly not. They kind of start to, the knees slightly go away from the body as they come into full extension. So we want to do a bit of that. See how we look here. These are going in towards the body there, so let's just adjust that. Then the arc is just too harsh, so let's see what we can do. I don't want them like down lower than the head, like the reference really. A little bit loud, okay, sure. I play blast my animation, yes, but mostly, okay, we've got 2 musics are good and 1 music is a little loud. Why don't I turn it down just slightly? There we go, slightly. Have I heard of Cascadeur? Yes, not tried it though. Looks cool. I do play blast my animation when I need to check, but mostly I just play it through. And I try to kind of work out things like the spacing just by flicking through like a 2D animator would and kind of seeing how things are moving through here. If that makes sense. So I can kind of like see the spacing through here. And then hopefully, like I haven't play blasted this at all so far because I'm not concerned about the timing yet. I'm more concerned about the spacing and that. So it's not something I just want to do right now. I try not to play blast very much because play blasting is like, it's like you want to save that, you know, you want to save the play blast until you actually need a play blast so you can judge the spline essentially, right? You can judge the polish, you can see if there's any pops, see if anything like breaks to your eye. Save that. Don't just play blast all the time because it's just a waste of your fresh eye, you know? You only get one. Every time you play blast, you're like getting blinded to your animation essentially. So save it. Don't play blast so much. That can be a New Year's resolution. Okay. Head comes up slightly here, so maybe I need to be a bit lower. That makes sense. Okay, this is kind of feeling okay to me. This leg anyway. Then we'll just match something similar with that leg. Maybe I can like delay that a little. Yeah, so I get maybe like a bit of a crossover when I do this, which is cool. Maybe it starts here. Then we'll take a look at the arms. I got some gross IK and FK going on. No, it seems okay. Cool. That's the leg. That's the other arm. Oh my. So I do like to be quite loose with this process, and I've selected two things at once there. I like to be loose, and it's almost like I work in broader strokes through this bit than the blocking one stage. Just because I like to feel the animation through at this point. It's a strange angle to see Minerva from there. Sorry if I'm not always replying to the chat as well. It's difficult to animate and do anything else, let alone read a chat and respond to questions. But please do send through anything that comes to mind. Trying to interact. What have we got here? Would you ever make a video about camera lenses and focal length? I find composition hard to transition from storyboard to Maya. Yeah, I can do. It's definitely something I struggled with when I was starting out. What helped was getting a job in Previs. And I'm not saying to get a job in Previs, but like that's essentially how I learned, because I was like, oh, I actually really need to know about what a focal length means and things like that. But yeah, it's definitely something I can look into if there's interest in learning about that. I've done a fair amount of camera work in the past as a TV animator and a lead animator in TV. You do a fair amount of camera stuff just because you're doing your own layout and translating what you get from the storyboards into 3D. And I actually love doing cameras. I think it's very fun. And you get a lot very quickly. But in short, I would say keep camera movement very simple. Don't try and do too much movement if you don't have to do too much movement. It can be fun, of course, to do super anime things, but generally simpler is a lot better. With lenses and things, lenses and focal length. Yeah, something I can look at doing. But essentially, lower focal length, so 18mm or something. 18mm is actually very, very dynamic. Like that's a very, that's going to be, you know, when you see these crazy, like hand close to the screen and then this hand way back here, that's going to be like a really low focal length. And then things where it's, so that works well for wide shots. And then when it's close up, so you have like a close up on the face, or it's like a mid shot, you go a bit higher. So a close up on the face might even be like a 60 or an 80mm lens, depending on what kind of project it is, what kind of style there is. And a mid shot might be something like 35, 40, 50. But honestly, practice, you know? Try it out. I'm not saying you have to get a camera and learn about focal lengths that way. I'm just saying try it out in Maya, try different things. Give it a go. Do you do any traditional drawing from time to time? Not as much as I'd like. I definitely like to more. That's definitely how I got my start in animation, because I liked drawing. I was very into doing like very realistic, photorealistic stuff. But I was never super great at just drawing from memory and drawing from the mind, and which essentially means I didn't study that much, you know. I still struggle a little with anatomy, and there's still a ton I need to learn, but it's definitely something I would like to learn and to get better at. But because it's not essential, it's just, I guess it's something I put off. It's something I procrastinate on. And I say to myself, oh, it would be nice to draw for an hour every day. I would get better as an animator. I genuinely think that. I'd get better at communication as well, you know? This YouTube thing, teaching that I like to do. If I want to go into some kind of leadership, I feel like being a better drawer, but being a better draftsman, communicating my ideas, essentially, would be better. I would be better for it. So, like so many of us, something I'd like to do, for sure. But I don't. Should do more. But it's just funny that I got my start in animation and kind of discovered it through kind of my love of drawing, my love of sitting there spending like 10 hours doing a drawing when I was a kid. And then got into animation, and then, I don't know. I think as I was falling out of love of drawing, I was kind of like, I want to do something with art. And then kind of found my way into an animation course. Kind of by accident, but a happy accident. We got, yeah, definitely don't play blast. I'm very strong-headed on that opinion. Play blasting less is only a good thing. Waste less of your time. It's just good. Think about how the 2D animators used to do it, you know? Glenn Keane would animate all day and then maybe multiple days and then shoot a pencil test when the animation was finished, and then he would see his animation. So us Maya animators, why would we play blast our animation 20 times while we're animating? Doesn't really make any sense. All right, Peter. Hello. Merichi, how's it going? What shots would I need for a feature showreel? Good shots. Yeah, no. Acting shots, good acting. Interesting acting choices, very polished work that you kind of want to look at it and have other people look at it, I guess, as well. And there's nothing that goes, oh, that was a bit strange, or not sure I really believe that. It needs to be fully believable. Character needs to look like they're doing what they're doing, saying what they're saying. They need to be believable, interesting, well polished, solid body mechanics, just all round very good is what I would say you need for a feature showreel. But have a look at feature showreels, you know? Have a look at the work they're doing on that. I think for people who haven't worked in feature before, have a look at things like if you can find them, there's some showreels online from people who have made it onto the Pixar internships, and they obviously have to have a student reel to get onto that. Have a look at their work, and if your work isn't that good, then hopefully that work inspires you to get that good. And you might not get there. Chances are you probably won't. Those Pixar animators are very good, even at a student level. They're the best of the best in the whole world. So chances are that everyone who gets inspired and wants to do that, they're not going to get there. But better to try. Don't know if that's a helpful answer, just to say a good showreel, but it's a true answer, really. You know a good showreel when you watch some work and you're like, oh, that's good work. That's what you need to get a job in feature. It's not like a tick box thing where you're going, oh, this person has body mechanics, check. They've done a walk cycle, check. It's just a solid body of work that's just very nice. Demonstrates great stuff. Doesn't have to be perfect. Polish doesn't have to be perfect. But if you check a bunch of boxes, then stuff like polish is a bit easier to teach and to get into someone who is newer to animation but shows great promise than trying to teach someone acting when they don't have good acting or good fundamentals, you know? Alright, what's this spacing doing? We're kind of down there. Assuming we want a little more spacing just because where we come from. Would a creature shot be needed? No. Creature shot is not needed for feature. But then you might have a feature which is very creature based and someone, a recruiter or an animation director or an animation lead might say, oh, yeah, this person would be a good fit because they've done creature work. But I mean, I've worked on shows that are predominantly creatures, but stylized creatures, I guess, like The Amazing Maurice was very kind of creaturey and lots of cats, obviously. And then the previous thing I worked on, or well, the last project I worked on was just So much cats, so much quadrupeds. But I didn't have that on my showreel. I just had acting and polished work. I always find it difficult to give advice on showreel stuff, and the reason is because I was given showreel stuff, showreel advice on do this, do this, do this, and then I didn't get a job like I thought I would, you know. I thought I'd tick all the boxes, but it's not about ticking the boxes. It's about doing what you love, what you're passionate about. And if that makes you a good fit for certain studios, then that's great. That's a win-win, right? Don't try and pander to what you think should be on a showreel. Just do the best stuff that you can do, that you're interested in. I think that's the best way to go anyway, you know? If you're going to do stuff, you might as well do stuff that you like doing. Not to just check a box. And if you hate doing feature stuff, and you hate doing polish, and you hate doing acting, like, maybe you don't want to be a feature animator. Maybe you want to do games, you know? Do what you actually like doing. If you hate animating game cycles and things, but you think, oh, it's the only way I can get a job, then I mean, that's fine. Sometimes you have to get a job. That's the goal, of course. Something horrible in there. Of course, you have to get a job to make it sustainable to animate, be the best animator you can be, generally. But you need to be doing what you like to do. Don't force yourself to do creature stuff. If you don't like animating creatures, why would you be trying to get a job where you have to animate creatures? Doesn't make any sense. If you love animating creatures, do creature work. If you love doing featurey stuff, do that. Do polish, do acting. That makes sense, right? Where do I go for voice acting reference? It's a difficult one, but it's kind of like, there used to be one that everyone used to go to called the Daily Wav. That's still up. Just has little sound bites, little pieces of just wavs like cut from films or TV. 11 Second Club has loads of good stuff. But I would just try and, I guess, watch through some stuff you love and find a cool piece of voice acting from a TV or a movie. Not something animated, ideally. Put your own spin on it. Like, I did one where I animated a clip of, what's that guy's name? I can't remember his name now. The guy from Third Rock from the Sun. I don't know. I liked Third Rock from the Sun when I was growing up. It's entertaining to me. So I thought, oh, I'll animate something from this show that I like. It's not like there's animationaudioreference.com. Just kind of have to search for it. It's a little bit of work, you know. Everything in animation is a little bit of work. And if you want the easy way out and you want the answers and the cheats, then you might be disappointed because it's just all work. It's fun work though. I enjoy it. Satisfying to get something that you're pleased with. Oh yeah, I found a great animation reference. I found a great audio. I found a great rig that I'm excited to use. You know, there's no, and certainly not something I'm interested in doing. Is feeding people exactly how to animate, or the secrets to success, or a quick and easy way to become an animator. It's just a lot of work. And that's fun. Life is a journey. It's about the journey, not the destination. Don't be in such a rush. Animation especially is a lifelong pursuit. Something which takes a long time. Hey, M. Danzilla. How's it going? Any difference at all between feature and game animation? I feel like I'm asking a stupid question here, but what I'm trying to ask is, can an animator that specializes in game animation do feature? The principles are much the same. The showreels look very different, which means that it's difficult to then secure a job, especially when you're newer to animation. But if you're a great game animator and you have great acting on your showreel and you have great polish, then I don't think there's any reason why you shouldn't be able to transition over to feature if you wanted to. Might need to do a personal shot or two just to show that you can do the work. Companies just want to see the work that they need done, that you are capable of doing that work. So if your showreel demonstrates that you can deliver feature quality work with a great level of polish and great acting choices, that's exactly the work they need done at their studio. So it's simple, you know. And the same with games. Like, if you have great game animation that works from all angles and solid body mechanics, entertaining, unique ideas, just fun as well. It looks like something that would be fun to play. Like, oh, I want that in my game. I'm gonna hire this guy. It's fairly straightforward, I suppose. I would say people make the transition from time to time, from game to feature. Okay, spacing's killing me here. I don't like this. Something weird going on in here. I want to be closer to the ground here. And I want to be coming out of that as I land rather than going up and then down. So I actually feel like I want to keep this a bit more in. Transitions are very hard. And I'm recognizing all these songs from the Relaxed Movement from my videos. See, this makes sense to me through here. This is fine. It's kind of unraveling. Maybe it just needs to unravel a little slower. Maybe it doesn't need to unravel as much as well. Kind of lands a bit more. Maybe this is down further. Bit more up, down, perhaps. Maybe this is just... I kind of like the flat. It's a little broken. Grab what's going on in this hand. In fact, I'm going to be grabbing these hands a lot. I'm going to make some selection sets. This is the left hand and fingers. Make it blue. Just got a little selection set here, just to grab that. And I'm just going to blend all of that into the next pose. Yeah, that's kind of what I want. Okay, let's have a look at what the head's doing here. It's doing something funny. It needs to... Let's tuck it a little longer. Have that resolve a little later. Up just a little too soon for me. Oh, yeah, that's kind of feeling nice. Feels a bit more controlled if we have that kind of unraveling when I want it to. Boom. A little bit too much movement in there right now. In the settle. I think this could stand to just come up a little more. Just in terms of that shape. Yeah, that's nicer. Feels a little more natural right now. It does feel soft. We can play with it. What really improves body mechanics? Is it the pose itself, like the line of action, or the arc, or the timing, which has more impact? What has most impact in the body mechanics? I would say... So, I don't think arc has much to do with it. I mean, it does, but I would say that's more... Essentially, in animation, you have two things. Two things. Don't know why there's one and one. You have two things. You have... I did a new layer and then hide that. Oh, nice. Get paint. Paint's so sophisticated now. Animation. You got two things. Timing and posing. That's it. That's all you have. You have drawings. Drawings. Can't draw. Can't write drawings. You have timing and when those drawings happen. When those drawings happen. That's all you have. So, to me, I think that posing is probably king. Because if you don't have posing and you just have timing, then you just have nothing. You just have... What is timing without posing? What is timing without any visual thing? You know? So posing is whereas with posing, you still have posing. You can make a comic book without timing, right? So I would say posing is king of like all of animation. Posing is even more king in acting. So feature stuff. Feature. And then timing is a close second place in... We do a little podium. One, two, three. We've got posing here. We've got a little man. Doing a dab or something. And then you've got timing here. So one. I guess that's timing, right? And then who knows what's first? What's third? Maybe spacing. We'll put spacing. It doesn't matter. We don't even need third. For me, in feature, posing is like this much important, right? It's like way up here on a lovely featurey pose. Posing is up here. In body mechanics or like games or anything, I feel like posing is still king, but maybe posing is like here, you know? And timing is maybe, you know, just a little higher. A little more important. Timing is pretty important. Don't know if that answers your question, or it just got more confusing, but for me, there's only two things, posing and timing. Posing is the most important. Timing is the second most important. You have drawings and you have when they happen. How do you do animation analysis? Whenever I try it, I just watch my favorite movies over and over again. Maybe third is arcs. But then I would, like, is arcs part of posing? Basically it is. So you only have two things. You have posing and everything else comes on opposing, right? Unless it's timing. So spacing is posing. Appeal is posing. All the principles. There's two principles of animation, and they're posing and timing. How do you do analysis of animation? Frame by frame, see what they're doing. I think that's the most helpful thing to do. See something you love, download it, frame by frame it, scrub through, or play through, say, oh, I love that, and then go through frame by frame, see how things are moving, see what's leading, what's following, what choices they're making, draw over the pose, see how things are working. All right. Boom. Okay, I want a little contact here. Something else I need to work out. Let's see what this spacing is doing. Yeah, that might be right. So this is going to be my foot pose. So I haven't said yet, actually, because hopefully you guys have been watching the rest of the streams. You might not have, though. This rig is from Ramon Arango. He is the creator of the Apollo and Artemis rig. You'll see there's some issues with this rig, like some skinning and just a few weights and some blend shapes and things that need to be a bit better. God, this is a fun pose. But that's because it's very much a work in progress rig. Ramon has been kind enough to let me have a go with the rig. But it's very cool. He does have a Discord as well, where you can have a look at what he's doing, see his latest updates on how the rig is going. And he posted a work in progress face the other day, which just looks super cool. So if you see anything that's broken, don't think to yourself, oh, I'm disappointed because the Apollo rig was so cool. Trust me, this will be way better. Not that the Apollo rig or the Artemis rig is in any way bad, but I just know Ramon is cooking something special up. It's looking very cool so far. I'm a big fan of how the model looks. And when it's got the face on as well, I think it's going to look so cool. Let's do what I did previously. Draw over some lines. Get our angles right. Ooh. Just shape the spine separately from that hip control. Yeah, that's kind of what I want. I think so. The spacing needs to be coming forward just a little more. Cool. Kind of lose some energy from that back leg. It's killing me a bit. I do wonder if we can just move that forward a bit, just so we're not so squatty and boring in this pose. Maybe we could just increase that energy by having it move forward. Hey Duarte, H. Kripu. It's a long name. I'm not sure which part is your name, but hey. All right, Thomas. At Styley, great stream. When are you thinking to do next shot reviews? I'm not, honestly. It's not something that I am thinking about doing right now. It was fun. It's something that's definitely worth doing, but I felt that people maybe didn't get as much out of that as doing a kind of animation stream or a stream where I teach. It's so low here for some reason. So I have set up a website, Keyframe Coach, and there you can pay for reviews from me if you want that. But there's no pressure to do that. No pressure to do anything at all. If you do like the way I teach and you like the way I give animation reviews and feedback, then something you can do. It's an option, but the whole stream review thing is, yeah, it's not something I'm really doing anymore. I only have so much energy for doing this thing. Like, I've wanted to do this. I'm enjoying doing this. I love animation. I love, well, I like animation at this point. I've been doing animation for a while. But I like teaching. I like doing streams, talking to you guys, answering questions, and, you know, testing out this rig at the same time, kind of killing two birds with one stone. So I, you know, can't really do everything that I would love to do. I would love to continue the 1,000 animation reviews. It was fun. I got a lot out of it. I think I got better at teaching, for sure. What's going on here? What is this key? How did I just get so locked? I think we need to come further forward, actually. All right, we're gonna have a look at that. But yeah, I mean, there's only so much energy I have after 8 hours a day of animation to then do animation in the evenings or at the weekends. So if I'm not putting any pressure onto myself. I'm solely streaming or making a video when I want. This is not something I make any money from yet. Though I did get one super chat last week, which is very nice. But it's very much like a hobby thing for me right now. It's not something that I'm making any money from. It's not something that that I have to do. And I don't want to put pressure on myself that, oh, I need to make this into a money-making endeavor and it has to be worthwhile and I'm going to stream like 10 times a week and do animation reviews and make myself into a huge animation content machine with hundreds of thousands of subscribers. I mean, it's not something that that I have the energy to do, really. It's not something that I mean, it's something that maybe I have the desire to do. I would love to do that, but there's so many hours in a day, so many hours in a week, so much energy I have to give to this, and when I do give too much energy to that, I feel drained. Like it's tiring stuff. So went on a bit of a tangent there. But essentially, if you want an animation review from me, you can go to Keyframe Coach and order one through there. I like to think the prices are fairly reasonable, if cheap, compared to some animation schools and animation reviewers, mentors, whatever you want to call it. Because I like doing it, so might as well. But then why not make it cheap? Well, I mean, why not make it free? I could do, but then, you know, I'm less likely to keep it going. I'm less likely to have that as a sustainable thing. If this is something that can, you know, in the future, if I ever want to take a break from animation, because it's tiring, it's a lot to work in the animation industry, then I'd love to be able to grow that into something that I can, you know, not have to do animation if I want, to actually pursue teaching as a more sustainable thing for me and my career. And I guess with Keyframe Coach, it's me taking it a bit more seriously, you know? It's me saying that, okay, I just got a super chat from Mate. Mate, I guess it's Mate. How's it going? Thanks very much. My second ever super chat. Too kind. Thank you so much. Do you use the hips controller or the center of gravity for rotations, or a mixture of both? So, I feel like and it's only really in the last couple of years that or maybe even in the last year that I've got a firm hold on what I like to use. My current workflow and the thing that I think works best is I do the overall angle of the whole body with rotation, and obviously translation. I then sculpt the spine using mostly the chest, but then if I have the angle of the body that I want, say, in this I'm happy with, he's leaning forward a bit, maybe. I then go in and I do the C shape or the reverse C shape using these controls. So there we have a reversal. So that's how I like to go about using that. But honestly, the hip control I don't animate a ton. It's mostly done with the root control, and then you can get a lot of the shape that you want with that. But you will see me tweaking it from time to time. Just when, essentially my rule is like, if I'm happy with everything above here, and I don't need to use this, then I'm happy to do this, to move that. There's ways of putting that's simplifying this so that we take the animation off of this, put it back onto this. But it's just essentially whatever I can use to get the pose is what I'll use. Thanks a lot, Mate. Very kind of you. How did you find the motivation and energy when you were learning animation? It's easy to get bored and frustrated during learning phase, so can you say anything about this? Okay, let me have a sip of water. How do you find motivation and energy when you're learning animation? It's a difficult one. How do I personally find motivation for anything? It's such a deep, layered question, I guess. What motivates you to do anything? What motivates you to eat healthily, to work out, to do drawing when you're already an animator, to do a live stream? Why would I do a live stream? What motivates me to do that? Mate giving me super chats. That's what motivates me. No. I think seeing progress in yourself, and that doesn't just mean doing something and go, oh, I'm much happier with that. It's showing it to people and getting their feedback. Me personally, I feel motivated when I show my stuff to someone and they say, hey, that's looking cool. That's much better than it was before, Or, oh, I like what you did with that. Or I enjoyed just your spacing or your acting choice. And, I'm not saying that it's great to be driven by other people's opinion of you at all. I don't think that's what I'm trying to say. Because I try to not rely on that. I feel like you want to... You need to have a motivation, right? You need to find what does motivate you. And if you can't answer what motivates you, then I don't know. Do you want to do it, This is stuff I think about quite a lot, to be fair. Like, why am I doing this? Why am I streaming? Why am I trying with YouTube? What's the point? And often I'll say to myself, there isn't a point. Why am I doing this? And then I'll take a break for 5 months and I won't do anything. Why am I motivated now? I don't know. Why do I want to do this? I enjoy this. If this was my job, I would love that. It's not my job. It's not even nearly my job. It would take a long time for this to be my job. But it's just one step at a time, really. You know, you can't think, oh, how can I? It's so difficult to think long term in things where you need to find motivation. You know, if you think to yourself, using the gym as an analogy, right? If you think, oh, I wanna be much stronger. I want to be able to like lift 2 times my body weight in an exercise, or I want to be able to deadlift like 200 kilos or 250 kilos, whatever. But you're stuck on like 100 kilos. It's easy to then get demotivated, right? But if you focus on, okay, I want to lift 110 kilos, it's much easier to find that motivation, you know? You focus on small goals. It's good to think long term as well and have long term goals. But genuinely, with long term goals, you reach those goals, and then you're not happy from reaching those goals, right? You see any successful people who have made it to where they wanted to be, or they thought they wanted to be, and they get there, and it's like, okay, but what do I do now? You know, so you release a super successful book, and you're just instantly, you know, you have enough money to live for the rest of your life. Like, people that those things happen to after great striving for success aren't necessarily that happy. So you do have to enjoy the journey, and you do have to think, this is fun, you know? I think when you step back and take too big of a look at it, it can become demotivating because you have such a long way to go, or you just, yeah, have discipline. I'm not talking about discipline right now, though. I'm talking about motivation, and finding a motivation and finding a reason, finding a purpose. It's very important for animation. But you won't be motivated every day. And like Maria said, you need to have discipline. Same with the gym. You say to yourself, I want to get big and strong. I want to lose weight. It's not about being motivated to go to the gym. It's about having discipline to go to the gym every day and do it. Be disciplined with yourself with animation. Say to yourself, I'm going to animate today. And I don't care if I'm, like, it doesn't matter. You're animating. Like, it doesn't matter if you're not motivated to animate. If you're not motivated to animate, that's fine. Someone else out there will be disciplined to animate even when they're not motivated. And they'll get a job in animation, and they'll be successful in animation. Motivation is a tough one. It's difficult to always be motivated. It's easier to always be disciplined if you can. Motivation is definitely something I struggle with. Like today, I really, and I think it's because I'm not motivated. I really didn't want to work out today. I was like, I don't want to. I'm not up for it. I'm gonna quit. I'm just gonna not work out anymore. What's the point? But I don't know. It's what I do, and I'm disciplined enough to do it. And I got through it, and I felt better afterwards. Felt great. So it was worth staying disciplined for. But it can be hard sometimes. Easier said than done to just be disciplined. Do it. No one can tell you the secrets. No one can tell you what you need to change. I want to get this more over. Let's see what this looks like. I go like here. Don't like that. Maybe here? Okay, that's kind of cool. I like how it's not so twinned. So I think Blender's going to be standard in the industry someday. I have no idea. If I had to give an answer, I would say yes. Maya's expensive. Maya's a pain. I would love to, you know, it's one of those things. I would love to learn Blender. I would love to be doing a Blender tutorial right now. I would love to be animating in Blender live. I'd have so many more viewers, you know? I'd have more super chats. I'd have loads of people sign up to Keyframe Coach and buy reviews from me. Because Blender is much more, it appeals to a wider audience. Which is an issue with growing on YouTube as an animation content maker, right? An animation content maker. It's an issue because Blender is just way more popular on YouTube and for people starting because it's free, and Maya is a pain and it's difficult to get unless you're literally enrolled in a school. I don't know why they do that. All it does is make people not use Maya and just go to Blender. And if you have like a whole generation of people where the vast majority of people are just interested in learning Blender and being inspired by tutorials and influencers or whatever about Blender, and there's a huge community and it's wholesome and it's free and people seem to care, I don't know, it's difficult to see how something like Maya, where it's difficult to get, it costs money, like it's difficult to, when there's something which is actually really good and you can clearly see great results from, that's just free. I don't see, I mean, if I was starting out in animation now, I'd probably be like, great, I can learn Blender, do great stuff. I'm not saying to learn Blender if you want to be a professional animator, because Maya is the industry standard still. But I wouldn't be surprised, you know, one day, if Maya, I think a lot of people, I think as well, people want Maya to fail because it's very expensive. It's very cost prohibitive to get. I'd love to transition to Blender, and, you know, if I was a self-made person and just was doing my own thing, doing the animations that I wanted to do, working for myself, I think that would be a genuine consideration. Just because I'm a cheapskate. Save the money on the Maya license, get Blender. But it's time. I don't have time. I have time. I have time. I hate when people say I don't have time to do this. If you want to do something, you have time to do it, right? Generally speaking, if you want to do something enough, you have time to do it. Like, if you want to be an animator and you say, oh, I don't have time, then I don't think you want to be an animator that much. Personally. So I hate to say I don't have time. I don't want to spend time doing that. I choose to not spend my time on that. You only live once, and I have a job in Maya. The same principles apply. I don't want to spend my time relearning a new software unless I have to, or unless, you know, I'm being paid to learn that new software. I heard a good quote recently. Maybe not recently, maybe within the last year. It's just because something is hard work doesn't mean it's worthwhile. And I think that applies to a lot of things. And if you're struggling with something and you're like, oh, but it's hard work, so it's worth doing. Certainly something I've thought about while doing YouTube, you know, it's hard work. I'm like, but wait, is it actually worth, is it worthwhile? Who knows? I think the answer to me is, I don't think it is. So I'm just going to do it when I like doing it. Right now, I'm enjoying it. I'm having a lovely time. So, all good. Okay, what's going on here? Got some crazy stuff going on with the hands. I probably want this on 2s just because I've got some extremes. So let's put a key here. I have everything selected. And what I'm going to do to get a perfect in-between is go 66% on the tween machine. And then I'm also going to put one here as well. Let's put one here. So now I have a perfect linear in-between. It's a good way to break something which you need 2 keyframes in between. Like, not make it not linear, if that makes any sense. Maybe it doesn't. Who knows? But with a walk cycle, generally, you want things to not move too far away from being linear. So I do tend to put in something just perfectly midway when I can. Though there is a clear spacing thing here where it's slowing down. Something going on here. So you notice how the workflow for this is a bit different. I'm not animating one key at a time. I'm setting keys, having somewhere to go with that. With like, if I just came in here and I didn't have anything here, I'd have to kind of automatically, so say for example, I didn't have these in here. I would kind of have to come in and like hand do that. I just set down queens so that I have some building blocks in there essentially. And I can go in and then use those to animate with. And I go through and kind of focus on one bit at once. Looks like it's just starting to come down here. And in that way, I'm basically animating multiple keys at the same time. So I think this actually goes down and then starts to come up. How's that look? Without the key thing, without the controls. It's looking a bit weird. There's something in there. I think it's definitely this. Just need a bit more spacing. Okay. The reason I have this head cut off is because this camera is currently muted. I do have camera animation on here. It's just going to make it a bit easier for me to animate if I don't have camera animation as well, especially because I'm using a reference with a still camera. All right. Okay. Just wondering, did you have a full-time job when you were learning animation? It's a difficult thing for most people, as you know, having full-time job and learning animation. Yeah, very difficult, I'm sure. I didn't have a full-time job. I went to university, learned animation there. So my job was being a student. I was lucky enough to do that. Having way more access to documents and videos from people explaining do stuff really helps beginners diving into Blender rather than Maya. I agree. I'm sure Blender is easier to learn than Maya, but for me, I already know Maya, and Blender is a bit alien to me. I would love to take my hotkeys and just go into Blender and be able to animate using the same hotkeys as Maya. For me, I feel like if I learn 2 different sets of hotkeys in 3D software, it becomes a little bit confusing for me if I'm, say, like, I have one way to do a 2D pan zoom in here, but then there's just a different process or a different set of hotkeys in Blender. And there's enough differences which make it a steeper learning curve than I would like. I think in the past I've gone, okay, yeah, I'm going to learn Blender, start doing some Blender tutorials. I think that would be cool. But it's not so simple. Night fruit salad. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. What's going on here with this foot? I have not tried Unreal. Have you? How is it? Seems good. I tried Unreal in school, like Unreal Engine 4. I originally wanted to be a games artist. So I was doing like a project, obviously just using all the Unreal assets that are in there, creating something. It was great fun. Loved Unreal in school. Difference between key pose and extreme poses. They seem to mold together time to time. I guess there's no difference. There's for me, a key pose in acting is like a beat, an acting moment, something that needs to be in there to tell the story. And an extreme is a way to animate body mechanics and ensure that you have all of the information in your body mechanics. For me, that's the difference. How do I handle extremes on hands and upper limbs when you have good spacing on your hips? In this way that I'm kind of doing now. Hopefully I'm just focusing on like my hips and chest right now in this, as you can see. And I'll get those in a good space and just kind of go through frame by frame, make sure things are working. And then I'll do the same process on the arms. So you can kind of see that it goes back, but not as much as that. So I'll just go through and kind of try and match the action of these arms. Same with the hands. And honestly, this is feeling a little clumsy to me because I quite like to use IK. I like to just put the hand there and not worry about so many different things at once. See, now I have to go back and tweak that, and then I have to tweak the angle of this arm. Whereas if I was just doing IK, it'd be a little easier. Because this is blocking, it doesn't need to be perfect. Like the refinement for things like this, it is kind of something I would like to do in Spline. So I'm just putting stuff in there and not spending too much time, because I like to work in a kind of messy way at this stage. Hopefully that makes sense. Key poses are bare bones poses for the story, but where do extremes fit into that? Did I answer that one for you already? Let me know if I didn't. I think Maya's the best software for animation right now, yeah, I agree. Thanks, Pup. Really enjoying the stream so far. Thank you. Yeah, some studios don't provide Animbot, no extra plugins, just have to use vanilla Maya, which is definitely a pain. Not somewhere I'd like to work personally. It's just not fast, right? Why would they not provide things that make you a faster animator? It's in their best interest to have you being as efficient as possible. So yeah, I kind of disagree that the tools aren't that important. Yes, the principles are much more important in terms of finding work, but for day-to-day being happy doing animation, I think tools are pretty important. It's just handy to have multiple ways to be able to execute something, and if you're like limited by your tools, then you know, you just don't have as many solutions to do one thing, you know. Like if I don't have something that I can switch spaces with, then I can't use any kind of space switching workflow. I have to be careful to make sure that things aren't breaking and switching spaces too much. I can't switch between IK and FK. And I like to do those things in my workflow because I like to get the pose as quick as I can. Okay, so we're doing something different here with this. What's going on? Oh, kind of coming in, maybe. Yeah, that's nicer. I love this stage of animation. Just kind of going through and putting things together. Definitely my favorite. Just making it come to life, making it feel nice and just good. See, I'm not doing the entire arm as I'm going through. Kind of going through and I'm looking at that angle of this. I'm just doing like a pass on that quick. How much that's all moving. It's making me think about this. It'll start to come up there, which I think is correct. But then this arm needs to just stay back. And then I'm going to do a pass on this rotate Z. Bit of a pop in there for some reason. I'll figure out that. Too much. And let's do a pass on that. I'm actually tweaking my key poses here as well, the ones that are kind of locked down. Just because feeling as I'm frame by framing that they can be improved. So I'm kind of looking at this line here right now, and I'm seeing that that's coming forward. And it's doing that in my animation. So I'm happy. I feel like I'm going to be a bit lazy with my fingers here, just because I'm feeling in a bit of a state of flow right now. If I start doing a pass on the fingers too much, like, it might just be a little bit confusing for me. Not confusing, but I just feel like I'm in a happy place right now. I'm kind of going through and tweaking things, kind of like focusing on these lines and making sure the whole body's working. To go in and like mess with the fingers too much, I don't know. Can't be bothered. It's not that I can't be bothered. I just don't want to break my flow right now, which I'm quite happy with, in that I'm kind of getting through and, you know, feeling in a bit of a flow, you know, that flow that I just said I didn't want to break. Why? See, even talking right now, I'm like, I just would never talk this much while doing an animation, you know? That's kind of counterintuitive. So if I just talk nonsense sometimes, it's just because I'm just in a flow. I'm trying to concentrate. Okay, I want to add another key in here. Another breakdown. Let's go 2 frames more. And just press 3 on the keyboard, which does this 66% tween. And do the same thing. I come in, do a little animation on this. See how that spacing is working. Definitely need to come further forward with this pose. Does that affect anything else? Yeah, that definitely needs to come further forward. Which means, actually, I think this is okay. Maybe this comes forward a bit as well. Gives me a bit more. Yeah, I think this would be cool. This is then gonna, so it gives me some space here, which is nice. Means that I can just extend those legs a little more. It also gives me more room to play with this and to have a bigger arc through here, which I think is pretty cool. Nice. So what have we got? Got that foot coming through. It's doing a big bit of spacing. Let's put that in a rough pose, a bit higher. Maybe not that much. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's okay. This doesn't move as much. Just put it roughly in the right space. I think we're actually still coming down, actually, on this foot. Now, it's because this is raising slightly, but also because I'm not sure if the hip is coming down. I think it's actually... Let's go in a bit closer, shall we? But you see how the knee is traveling forward, and in my animation it's kind of traveling up, not down. But there is a slight roll in that ankle. I want to make sure my foot is right, and that my knee is kind of right. So there's something in there which needs to change about that knee. Am I still coming down in this frame? I don't think I am. Maybe I am. I think what I've actually done is missed a little down in here. Got an up. It's like one frame of an up. It could also be the fact that the hip is rotating round, which is probably what it is. So the weight would be coming over here. Oh, this shouldn't be moving. Or it should be moving, but not this much. Some people would call this straight ahead animation, and I would too. Some roughness in there. Wonder if we can actually just get this closer as well. I think that'd be cool. Nice. Okay, let's have a look. Hardcore mechanics. Do you think hardcore mechanics is harder execution-wise or more stylized pose-to-pose animation? Stylized pose-to-pose animation, in my opinion. I think body mechanics, you learn a lot, for sure, and it can be hard. And getting really solid body mechanics is definitely hard. But I think good stylized pose-to-pose animation draws from that and exaggerates in the right ways. And it's kind of like you need to know that good body mechanic stuff so that you can do the good pose-to-pose animation. But then you can also cheat body mechanics a lot more in pose-to-pose. So kind of, in my opinion, it's best to be good at body mechanics and also be good at pose-to-pose animation. Like I'm working on pose-to-pose animation right now at work. I do very cartoony stuff. It's all about shape and trying to be clear to the eye, tell the story as clearly as possible. But I like to layer in some kind of nice body mechanics in there as well, just to help with the believability, to help with just, but I guess just believability, really. I think having a good basis of body mechanics is also helpful for pose-to-pose animation. Okay, so I think we might go down a little here. I do feel like this hip comes up a little too. Let's try that. And there might just be a point in there where I do a very slight, I mean, this could be blended as well, where I do a very slight up before. It's like kind of a little micro up, right? You see that? It's literally one frame. It's like a little bounce. So I probably will actually do a pose for that. But I'll finish this first, this pose here, and then think about putting that in. I think that angle is pretty good through here. Like that. I feel like the hip is coming up. Now we can make it work better with the shoulders. So is that the up position of the shoulders? Yeah. We come up through here, blend this back. Okay, so this arm is quite forward here. I haven't got it that forward in my animation. So maybe this needs a little rework. That's fine. This doesn't feel as... It doesn't feel like I'm going like that much. It feels like my arm is a bit more to the side. So I'm just going to adjust that. Actually, I'm going to go front on and I'm going to do this because that makes sense to me. Just keep that nice and tight to the body. It comes in and goes out. And then starts to increase in spacing, before then coming out quite a lot. And then coming out a lot more here. Probably about this much. And having that angle. And this shoulder like that. So I spent all that time blocking, and now I'm just tweaking everything to kind of fit what I actually think it's doing. It seems like a waste of time to do all that blocking, but it's not. It's nice to have the bookmarks in there. I keep saying bookmarks. Not as many people understand what a bookmark is as I thought. I'm gonna stop using the term bookmark. So I've got like a base canvas in here essentially, right? I've got some information in here, and it's so easy for me to then go in, not easy, but it's easier for me to go in and tweak this rather than try to like put everything in perfectly and making sure it's 100% right. Obviously you want to get it as right as possible, but I'm not afraid to go in and then tweak things afterwards, because I like to feel my animation out, you know? I like to go between frames and see the contrast between them. So yeah, you have to spend a lot of time putting in those initial ones, and you might think, oh, I wasted time, I'm tweaking them now. But to me, I didn't waste any time. I did some poses, which is just giving me more information and making decisions now that I feel much more confident in after I did my initial blocking pass. Confidence in animation is important. Feeling confident that you're making the right decision, or it will turn out how you want it. I'm looking at how much space in that hand's doing, and in my screen space I'm not really moving that much. In here I'm moving from here all the way to here, so there's something wrong, and that's okay. We can figure that out. Probably that this is here, and we probably need to be a bit further back with this shoulder as well through this point. Yeah, let's have it about here. Totally focusing on the wrong part as well, because this chest is definitely starting to come forward here. It's how I like to work. I like to focus on one part, do one part at a time. I don't want things to feel too isolated. I feel like the chest is maybe moving a bit too much there in comparison to the entire thing. We just want to move that a bit more. Nice up. That could help. Yeah, that arm's definitely moving a lot more now. It's cool. Try and animate this head. In fact, let me go ahead and turn that off so I can see it. Kind of does a little take. I'd definitely be animating the face through here as well, just a bit, at least with key poses, to get the kind of, certainly the eye direction at a minimum. And then whatever I can do to get as much clarity in there as possible with the emotion and the feeling. Spacing might be jumping just a tad too much. Okay, that's a bit nicer with the head. Always got to look at the head space in your animation. If your head moving too much, then it's wrong. This is moving too much, you see? Oh, my head is kind of going from here to here. It's like massively jumping forward and then still coming forward there, but it's not as much in my animation. So I just think this is probably a little bit too much. I mean, it's also because she's got a really long neck. I want to get some kind of feeling of those shoulders just coming not all that way up. Maybe it's just because these... I'm seeing the head come down, but the shoulders and the arms go up. And I don't feel the head come down that much, but I do feel the arms come up a lot. I think I'm kind of happy with that, actually. Maybe it's in the head that I need to play with. And maybe I will actually just tweak this down a bit, just so I get that kind of folding in. Definitely want this more down. Looking at how this is moving, this head between the two. It's like the thing that's moving most, right? So the hips are coming up. The hips are rotating up. Start to rotate here. Coming down, they're even more rotated. There's some skinning issues. This is a work in progress rig, remember? Alright. I think it's the neck. Okay, that might be more what I want. A little playthrough. It's getting there. Why don't I save? That would be a good idea, wouldn't it? Save as version 3. I think I went for like 3 hours last time without saving. And my computer died this morning as well, so I definitely need to be careful with that. I think I have some issue with a cooling fan or something on my computer, which is fun. Nice little Saturday surprise, that is. I am going to be right back for a sec, then I'm going to come back, answer some questions, and finish this animation. I'll leave this playing in between. BRB. Leave a little spinning chair effect. That's nice. Okay, why don't we stand up? It's hot in this room. 23 degrees. Woo! I open my window, stand up, have a drink. Why don't we have a stretch as well? Be there sitting in a chair, just give it a little. Have a little stand up, walk around. Let's get some ambient traffic noise, shall we? Ambient little kids running past screaming. Alright, so where are we? I haven't looked at the chat in like 10 minutes, I apologise. It's kind of in the zone there. So, some projects a client just want fast, don't care about quality. Thank God Studio Library saves a lot of time. Yep, unfortunately. Creating animation as a professional, you're going to be hitting deadlines. Someone has to pay for that. Unfortunately, it means things happen fast. There's a market for it, and budget animation is not a bad thing. It's a great way to start in your animation career. I mean, you can look at it as a negative thing. Oh, I just want more. I want higher quality. I only want to do high quality stuff. If you can't get a job in high quality stuff, then if there was no low quality stuff, then you would just not be able to get a job. And who knows, that might even make the high quality stuff die out, because then the quality will, well, if there's so many people wanting the jobs, it's kind of like who can do it cheapest. So low quality animation, low budget animation, I mean, not necessarily a bad thing. Understand that you've got to understand body mechanics before knowing how to properly stylize stuff, but like in terms of time taken, a pose to pose is definitely quicker for sure. But to get to a point where it's quicker to do than body mechanics animation takes a lot of time. You know, if you just start learning animation, you might be able to do some solid body mechanics animation. But can you do solid pose to pose animation? Probably not. So once you're good at it, maybe it's quicker to do than body mechanics for sure. It's not in Maya, this reference. This is Keyframe Pro. Do I always use a reference? Generally, not always. If I'm doing pose-to-pose stuff, I'm happy to go away from the reference. I also use the reference different amounts. If I'm doing something pose to pose, might do it for the acting, get the acting beats in there, and then just go away from that and use my animation knowledge to basically decide how long I want certain beats to hold, and then it's just a case of doing up downs and breakdowns and things like that. My Toon Shader video is amazing. Oh, thank you. It's literally very easy. Just a button in Maya. I could probably do it right now. Let's try that. Actually, I'm gonna break something if I do. I'm not gonna. Maybe at the end. Maybe when we put this on Twitter as a tweet, we'll have a nice Toon Shader. But thank you for watching that video. I appreciate it. That's by far my most successful video. It's nice to put something out and then consistently have that evergreen content where it's just, like the views curve is just linear on that, and it's also linear, like always the same amount consistently every day, every month of views on my reference video as well. And for a channel like mine, that means I can like continue to grow, and I don't have to just put out a viral video, have a massive blast of hits, and then nothing. Which means I'm not like a slave to having to churn out stuff one after the other just to get the view time up, get the watches up. Like those just seem to consistently bring in the same amount of views month on month. It's really nice. My biggest fear is actually tweaking what I've done from the reference. I guess that just comes from experience, right? Knowing how to improve the movement to make it clearer and to make it better. But it's also very creative and very fun and rewarding when you improve something from the reference. Hey, Halo VFX in chat. How's it going, Josh? You alright? I'm on a standing desk, yes. I would love to shout at kids outside. If only there was some running past. Marcus. M. Taylor in chat. How you doing? Cameras first or animate your rig? If it's really complex, animate both at the same time. It's very cool. Generally, camera first and then the rig later. Oh, Halo VFX saying rig then camera for me. But I guess that's a more 3D workflow, because then you're, doing your movement, and then, I don't know, Halo VFX. Are you still playing with a lot of Move, that app on iPhone I've seen you recommending? Doing a lot of mocap stuff? In that sense, it's like doing live action, isn't it? You're kind of blocking the camera as you're doing the movement. So that would make sense. But for me, I like to not waste time, so I just want to animate to camera. So do the camera first. But if it's a simple move like this, I don't feel like I need to have a finished camera. Okay, let's get back into it, shall we? Keyframe Pro is linked to the Maya timeline, yeah. It's super nice. I think it plays any movie format. It's just super good. Really, really good. If I didn't have Sync Sketch for doing draw-overs and stuff, I would also use Keyframe Pro for that, because it's just a nice, solid piece of software that just works for animation. Just a shame it's not free. Okay, let me put a breakdown in here. Did I ignore you, Mate? Don't think I did. Oh, okay. Is it expensive then? I thought it was called Move AI or something. Is that the same one we're talking about? Halo VFX? Josh in the chat? Move multicam. Okay. Yeah, I've not dabbled in doing mocap myself. Only ever done one mocap shot. And I want to keep it that way. It's a bit of a guess right here to what this should be. It just seems like, oops, wait, I didn't key everything. Maybe that's why it's a bit weird. Alright, that's definitely why. Let me... Okay. Well, that's a bit strange. I had to tweak so much. Okay, there's a little bit of guess work in here. Actually, kind of want to give myself... Make sure that arc's good. Probably want to favor the down, to be honest. So it's like a bit of a wind up. But then I'm thinking about the motion this way in terms of like quite a linear way because it's bouncing ball physics. But not too linear. Okay, this is definitely, the head is definitely being a bit harsh right now. But I do want to lead back with that head. Kind of cool how we're coming down and then... Just feels like we're kind of leading back with that chin, you know? So it's kind of fun. Get some ease out. Just always tracking the headspace. Always seeing what that's doing. Definitely starts to ease out of that. Okay, that head's doing a bit more what I wanted now. We're kind of like starting to lead back with it. It's definitely something we want to push when we're considering what we want to push. So if we like led back with that chin more, kind of feel just a bit nicer. And then the line of action of that neck is feeling a little broken. It would kind of be nicer if we were leaning back in that way. Something's off here with this knee. Not a huge fan. What is happening there? But just because this is too far forward? Probably. Get it in the same screen space. What if I tried it like feet together? I feel like that could be cool. Let's try that. Might be more feminine too. Bit more graceful. Yeah. Certain projects tend to burn me out, especially when my animations are stiff. What do you mean by that? Why do you think that burns you out, especially when they're stiff? Danzilla. Making some good progress today. See, this is a good example where I'm going to push something. I just want to feel this pose more. I love what's going on with the hands. I think it's just cool. And I feel like I want to also see them behind, if possible. Do I want to see that? I think so. Tweak those finger poses later. Something like that. It's pretty cool. I just kind of want to create some overlap in there by not bringing them forward so soon. Just to like push the spacing of that. If that makes sense. Kind of drive through with those shoulders. We can still push through with these forearms a little. Honestly, kind of hating this right now. Maybe I pushed it too much. I don't want to feel too disconnected from the body mechanics reference. We'll see. I think it's just that like the arc is kind of just breaking there, but maybe once it's splined, it will feel fine. Okay, let's add in another pose here. What a beautiful tween. Okay. Grab these positions, paste them here. Don't move those knees too much. Ah! Right, if I put the legs in hip space, I think it's fine. Alright, this one wants to... See, I just want the 2D animation, right? I just want this to feel correct in screen space. I'm actually going to change these to world space on this frame. Oops. Global. Just make my life a bit easier. Flick in between to see the contrast, what I do with every pose. Pretty accurate, honestly. Ah, we've switched to IK. That's fine. You know when you're trying to lose your animation up to feel less robotic, maybe by leading or follow, but you're just not feeling the looseness of it. Yeah, I know what you mean. I feel like as you get further along in your animation journey, you start to pick up on why those things are, and you kind of like play it through, and it's almost helpful. You know, you feel, oh, it's a little robotic through here, or it's a little not quite what I want through here. And those things are actually really helpful to get where you want. So what I would suggest for that is go through, and when you pick up things like that and you think, oh, my work's a little robotic, or it's not quite what I want, just frame by frame and see if there's anything standing out, right? That's all where people who are, you know, animation director or a lead or someone reviewing your work, a mentor, shout out keyframecoach.com. That's all they're really going to do. They're going to watch your work. They're going to say, they'll watch. Something doesn't look right there. I'm going to go in, enhance. Stop there, enhance. But you're not enhancing, you're just frame by framing. And you go, okay, that's why there's a little stick in the spacing. And you get given that note, okay, there's a little hitch in the spacing here, just fix that. So do that for your own work. You know, practice doing that. Give yourself animation notes. It's important for you to do that to get better as an animator. Don't let it dishearten you. Try to figure out why it feels that way. Get a second pair of eyes on it. I think it's good that you feel that your animation looks like that. So if you just think it looks great, but it does look like that, but you don't see that and you just think, oh, my animation's great, then that's a little more difficult to improve on, right? Okay, we're getting there. Let's do... See, these are all in the same space, so this should actually be a nice tween. Let's see. God damn it. Nearly. Not bad. I'm actually going to run an Euler filter. Pro tip for all you guys out there who... You do a tween and you're like, ah, something's wrong, or you press spline and everything flips out. Just go in here, curves, Euler filter. And save you some hassle. Fix a few things. This should now tween a lot better. I grab everything. Got a hotkey for selecting everything, by the way. And it tweens a bit nicer. Not too bad. Okay. So is this shape? See, I think a lot of people struggle with a flip because they track the arc of the hip, right? That's not what you're tracking in a flip. You are tracking the center of gravity, which when you flip, when you enter the air, is not in your hips. It's, you know, you drag everything in. When you're in this spot, The center of gravity is like here in front of the head. That's what is then being tracked through the air. And it's difficult because as you move through the air, your center of gravity changes. So you start kind of like here on the ground, doing a little jump antic. All right. Your center of gravity is somewhere maybe around, because you lean forward a bit, you know, it's probably somewhere over here. Right, and your center of gravity is maybe in here, quite close to the hips. A lot of people will track this arc. And what that does is it often messes up your headspace. Say this has a perfect arc to it, but then this headspace might be going from here to here to here to here. It's too crazy, right? You need to kind of track the center of gravity of your character. And then within that, you have shape changes. So when you do a big jump, then your center of gravity moves. It moves to, you know, maybe it is more central in something like this. And as you tuck, or maybe even your center of gravity is actually here. It's a little behind you because you've got this arc through you. You've got a little bit more weight here. You've got a little bit more weight back here with the head. And you've got these arms as well, which also, you know, say this arm is actually behind here. But graphically, here kind of means like it's behind. You've got a lot of weight behind this point. So the center of gravity, instead of just being here, it's your hips. It's the one thing you track. Your center of gravity is here. As you come through and you move into that tuck position, where, you know, your knees are up here, your legs are here, the arms are up here, grabbing that. All of your weight has shifted from, in a pose like this, they're behind you, right? If this is like the center line of your body, your weight's actually behind you here, right? So the center of gravity goes back. All of that weight, the center of your body is here. These things, arms as well, it's all coming forward. Your center of gravity maybe ends up around here. This is the arc that you need to track through the air. Because if you just spin around this, I'll show you what it looks like. It looks like, I moved my Maya. It was perfectly set up. No. Okay, perfect. If you just move, if you track this, you have an animation that looks like this. And it looks bad. It looks bad. So one thing you can do is actually set this up so that you have, I'm going to take this, put it to an Xform copy. I'm going to put this where I think about that center gravity is. So let's take a pose like this. Maybe the center of gravity is about here. So I'm going to put that in the right spot. I'm going to... Alright, actually, I'm going to undo. I'm going to set a key so that I don't ruin my animation. I'm going to grab this. I'm going to put that in about the right spot, which is probably around here, is where we want it rotating around. That's about right. I'm going to grab this, do some technical stuff. I'm going to grab this point using copy X4 mold space. Just set a key there as well so I don't lose my animation. And I'm just going to paste it there. Now what we have is essentially a controller which animates the center of gravity. This is a much more realistic flip, right? That looks like the weight is correct. Just do that for days. Versus a flip which is from the hips. And that doesn't feel right. You see what I'm saying? So, animation. For a Japanese animator, parent the rig to a sphere and track the cog of the sphere instead. Yeah, so what you can do if you want to be super technical, you can... I think there's something in Cascadeur that does this. There's something that essentially tracks where your center of gravity of your model is. And if you can make that into a nice arc, then that's good. But for us animators who don't use Cascadeur, we have to... I mean, it's cool to use tools to do that stuff. Easier, for sure. Great, you can do that. You should probably know how to do it properly as well, so that you can come in and do an animation when you just have animation reference and you only have access to Maya. Makes sense to learn that these things need to be tracked. Just a bit of a tangent there. But hopefully a useful one. Okay, I want to be easing into this, but maybe a little more. Center of gravity is like here. It's going to be helpful for me to put the legs in the right place, roughly, obviously, so that I can kind of... I mean, it's all a balancing act, right? I put the legs in the right place, therefore the hips go in a different place, therefore the legs move to a different place. It's all a balancing act, this animation thing that we do. I'm kind of seeing them come up a bit more and definitely not be weird and on the side like that. Okay, we have a more correct pose now, which we can use to... I'm not sure it is a more correct pose. It's actually quite wrong. Kind of looking at these angles, seeing that this is a bit tucked, and this is a similar thing here. I want to match those angles with the hips, and I think we're actually leaning back a bit too much here. So maybe it's something like this, and these are just a bit more in this region. Yeah, this one can be a little higher. I think that's cool. Just a touch. Maybe he doesn't get into it so soon. These arms start to... the shoulders, I mean, start to come back. It's kind of doing this little movement out with the arms before coming in. Let's get them down in this kind of angle. Bam. Working for me in 3D enough to at least be comfortable to come in and try and figure out this arc. So it's feeling pretty solid. I wonder if he does go a bit higher. Not too much. Just a touch. Not that much. think how I visualize the center of gravity right now is if my entire model was one average mass, that's what I'm visualizing as the that's what I'm visualizing as my center of gravity. So I'm kind of thinking if I like create a sphere, right? I feel like I'm watching this as if a sphere is around this center of mass. I'm kind of like averaging in my mind's eye where this is. And same for like the next pose, like it kind of moves through here. So I'm tracking the arc of that. Let's just hide that. So that's why I think that kind of looks right. I feel like it's getting a bit stuck here. Maybe it just needs a bit more movement over. That should now feel pretty nice. I think it does. Pretty cool. Oh, I drank a lot of water. This is full. We're going for 2.5 hours. Not made as much progress as I'd like, but time for a little snack. Oops. I think it's also time for a shout out. Shout out Keyframe Coach. It's me. This is my website I've put together where you can purchase an animation review. As well as Keyframe Coach, the website. I've also got the Keyframe Coach YouTube channel. 100 subscribers. I didn't even know that until I just clicked that. How good. We're at 100 subscribers. So if you haven't checked out the Keyframe Coach YouTube channel yet, check it out, like and subscribe. Got some great reviews on here, as you can see. But not tons of views. People aren't that interested in it, honestly. This is much more interesting to do a live stream on or a video, in my opinion. But if you want tailored advice that's helpful to you and your animation, and you want my help, go to Keyframe Coach, purchase a review, support the channel, support me, get better animation, hopefully. Win-win, win-win. It's definitely a little soft in the landing. I kind of like that though. Feels a bit like Catwoman-y. So let's stick with it for now. And I'm going to come in and I'm going to add another breakdown here. Why not? Just put it in. See, these are pretty easy breakdowns to do. I just, look, it's done. Needs some slight tweaks, but mostly pretty good. I'm just going to take this and ease that back. Put it in the right space. Grab this and make it stick. I think I actually prefer this pose. I'm not sure why I have that lifting up, actually. It should not be lifting up. That should be very, very slight. Take a look at the root. Make sure that I'm getting over that side a bit sooner. The spacing. But mostly, it's pretty easy in between to do, right? See a little overlap on this arm. I don't want it to feel too overlappy anyway, so. Okay, I'll call that done. Grab two. Do the same thing we did. Actually, we have a decision to make here. So I want to keep things on 2s if I can, or 3s if I need to. I've got 5 frames between these, so the decision I'm going to make is probably going to be... It doesn't really matter. I'll go for this pose. Happy enough to do a dress like this in between here on 3s in spline if I have to. So that's fine. Right, let's speed animate for a while. There's done a lot of talking, not enough animation. But if you have a question, let me know. Try and answer it if I can. Let's go in the graph editor for the first time this stream. Just want to favor over a little bit with that, and then also favor that up ever so slightly. That's all I'm going to do. Difficult with things like this because there's very little contrast in the movements, so kind of fine with just, you know, leaving it if I can. I want to keep this chest over, not move it till I have to. So then I can have a bit of a break up in the head. Maybe starts to notice now. See, it would be easy. It would be nicer if I had eyes, because then I could do a clear pose of like the eye looking over and then the head going after that. And then therefore the chest following after that. So you kind of have like most of the spacing of the head and then the chest just starts to go. So then you get like a nice break up through there, which feels nice and weighty and organic. But not a ton of work to do in these breakdowns, honestly. Once you've done the hard work of the animation, then kind of just free a lot of it. Okay. I'm into just adding breakdowns now, so let's do that. What is this key here? This is nothing, right? Yes. This is the up, so cool. Let's ease into that. What a gross arc that's given us. We could have set this up to be a bit easier for us, but you know. Just trying to do the 2D drawings to get what I need, really. But I'm not too fast. This is fine. We'll probably be almost tucked here. Just a little bit more. Not too up. This is the most up we want to be. The butt. Select the neck. Thank you. See if we can get this a bit more tucked than we do in the reference. What's going on here though? There's some jank happening. Okay. Let's grab that. Nice. Maybe not that much. Feels a bit broken. Yeah, that feels okay. And that needs to then go up a bit as well. Nice. Whew. Cool, thanks for stopping by, pup. Said pup really aggressively there, but thanks for stopping by, pup. Enjoy your movie. I think what's happening is the legs are at their most compressed on this frame. That could be why something's feeling a little strange. Yeah. Hey, Rotomnin, how's it going? Just doing some animation. So most compressed. Nice little extreme that you're going to feel in there. Might not see it, but you feel it. Alright, there's a little jump in the head there. Boom, boom, boom. See how we kind of get a bit stuck just on that frame and then we quite quickly go round. So I think we need just a bit more rotation in this. And then this can probably start to ease out more. Let me compress that even more. And then here, maybe I'll just favor it back slightly so that we're not kind of sticking in space there. Also, yeah, that feels pretty good. Definitely got some weird rotation going in there. I think it's just because this isn't rotating very much. Yeah, it's a bit better. I can move that up. Yeah, there's definitely an arc issue as well. See how we're getting, like, this butt cheek here was kind of sticking a bit. like doing a lot of spacing and then sticking. So that might fix it. Let's have a play. Feels pretty good. Something in the arms that's not quite feeling right to me. I think these legs just get like a bit too high or something. Maybe I'm over rotating here. And let's have a look at the reference. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe it's because the legs are so long, but maybe this actually needs to be a bit more tucked with the legs. So let's just go a bit further in, and then also not pop these out quite as much. So we get something in this region. How's that feel? Feels pretty good. Getting a little pop in the elbow. That's just because this is coming through a bit too quickly. And maybe this could be, yeah, something like that. So that the elbow kind of comes through like this. Ooh. Just like always looking at spacing of different parts. See how it's affecting other bits. Grab this elbow, do the same kind of treatment. See what's happening here. This is just feeling weird. It's just a bit too out of arc. It's kind of nice to have a little bit of a down arc, but I'm not feeling it super well through here. Also, like, delay this one maybe just a bit. To get that feeling like a bit nicer. Yeah, that's pretty cool now. Oh, I've always loved fight scenes, and that's my driving force. Why I animate to create a fight scene so slick that I get a standing ovation. But it's been quite the adventure. That's cool. Nice to have a motivation like that. Standing ovation for your fight scene. That's pretty cool. To give a tip on 5 things which should look out for in our animations. What would they be? Obviously, the poses, timing, tracking, center of gravity, and so you said 3: the poses, timing, tracking, center of gravity, the spacing, making the spacing interesting, not just doing linear spacing. Pay close attention to the spacing and make sure that things are moving in an interesting way. But also, the 5th thing is going to be rhythm. So make sure not every movement is happening at the exact same time or with the exact same timing, the exact same spacing. Give your poses visual rhythm. Is everything big? Is everything small? Is everything the same volume of pose? So play with the rhythm as well. Just to complete the top 5 list. Okay, let's come in here. I am going to animate this bit. That would be cool. I'm noticing there's some like nice up here. So I actually think that up is happening. If I watch the momentum of me landing here and coming up, it's probably happening, yes, about there. And I just need to have a bit more up, like the reference. So I'm going to look at this frame. Yeah, let's go in and create a tween. I'm kind of settling into that up pose through here. So I want to kind of match the momentum of this. So going up more. Now I probably want to come up more as well here. Okay, so I think what's happening here is the chest is leading that motion, and the hips are actually coming up after. So I kind of want to get in here just a little bit of... Let me get it down, and then let me get an up, which eases into that up. And then what I'm going to do is actually make this come right up. I'm feeling this nice kind of offset in the shoulder a bit. Let's try and get that in there. It kind of feels like it's coming forward, and then as the body comes back, the shoulders are just settling back very slightly. Very slightly. But let's try. Not that much. Too much. Being very delicate with this. Grab all these and just tween them a bit to the next pose. Don't think they're moving as much as I thought. And then I kind of want to get a pose in here. So we look closely at our reference to see what's happening. We're fully leading with the head. This is not really easing too much. Kind of just sticking to what the previous pose was. If anything, it's coming up a little, which means that that should just be a bit more sideways than up, like I had it. It's cool that that head hits the pose and then the rest of the body does the mechanics. I like that a lot. How cool that that shoulder comes up. Why does that happen? I've definitely made a bit of a mistake here. It's something I definitely want to fix. So I'm looking at this hand, and it's cool that this hand comes forward the whole time. Wow, we've massively dropped off in viewers. Bye, guys. Guess I'm not talking that much this stream. But thanks to those who stuck around, or those watching on the VOD. That's cool. Guess I'm just trying to concentrate a bit more, you know? So I'm kind of seeing this motion through here, which I want to get. See? I've overdone this, and I actually want to not do that. I want to come forward here like that. Nice. Cool. And then I want to count the fingers to account for that. Let's do a little finger pass here. I think it will be important to get that feel. Most of the movement is in those upper bones. So I'm just going to whack that in. I'm going to have to do them one by one, aren't I? This is the kind of detail that you need, though, to make it feel... This is the kind of thing that people will appreciate in your animation. So, worth spending the time on doing, for sure. Who doesn't love a little bit of detail, eh? Okay. Not so bad. Just tracking the space in, make sure it doesn't move too much. Make it feel nice and connected. Yeah, thanks, Mate. Thanks a lot for the super chat as well. Much appreciated. Alright, we're nearly done with the most boring piece of animation ever, but it will be appreciated. So, worth doing. By me, anyway. I'll appreciate it. See how nice that feels? It's lovely. There's some issues with the arm, but we'll fix that with the shoulders. Okay. Feels nice and weighty now on that wrist. Let's fix the shoulders up. That should now feel a lot nicer. The shoulder's moving way too much. There's a slight movement in the shoulders, honestly, but this is just way too much. Now, some people might go, oh, the shoulder's fine, like it's all good, but it's not. It's not at all. It's not fine. Definitely something wrong here. I think this can come down more. That shoulder doesn't have to compensate so much. Yeah, it's a bit better. This has certainly got too much. Yeah. This is just too much too. I think it needs to be a bit more in the... No, I guess this is fine, chest-wise. Then this can come down and be more in this position. I think this whole hand does need to be just eased back a bit. I think that will solve things. Oops. See, now that I've got those contacts in there, I can just ease between my poses, and it does give me some handy in-betweens. I get a bit stuck here compared to the heel of my hand. Let's bring that back. Just coming up a bit too much in the chest. It all works together, and all those things just make a little difference and just makes things feel a lot more connected. And what we just had with the shoulder going crazy just feels a lot more solid now. Cool. Let's get this acting in here quick. I would love to get this animation done today. I'm not sure it's going to happen, but we'll see. Let's add in another key. I want this chest to feel a bit more organic. I feel like it's hitting a wall here and just sticking. So what do we need to do with that? We probably need to keep it going until this moment here, I would say. It's kind of feeling like it would come down and then through. Just easing into it right now, which I'm not loving. I feel like I could get more weight in there. Maybe I come down with it here. Yeah. And that's a fair solution. That's the idea, Rotom. This should lead to very little polish. I mean, there'll still be polish. Still things to clean up. But, you know, I've cleaned up essentially the information I put in before, you know? I put in these very clear poses. And now I'm tweaking those poses a lot. So, but it's making this process go a lot easier. So now the more effort I put into this process, polishing will be a lot easier than it would if I was just like, oh yeah, I'll just whack in some poses and then you'll end up spending like 80% of your time in polish. Hopefully with this, I just, you know, I could do my spline and polish in maybe an hour or two, probably. I just want to try this a few times and feel this out. Feel what should be happening in this chest. It does feel like it hits a bit hard here. So maybe it does want to come up just a bit sooner. Kind of lead through and then not hit such a wall. How do I make it not hit such a wall? Maybe there's just a bit of an arc down and then up in this breakdown. And maybe we just play with this a little bit more. Yeah. I think the down is a little bit too much right now. It's actually not feeling natural. It's feeling like a big an animation-y down where it's like a bit of a just a bit too much arc. Let's try and simplify that. Like this just shouldn't come down so much. Maybe just a very, very slight amount. It seems pointless, right? I'll just fix that in spline or whatever, but it's something you pick up on, so you have to fix it. It just feels, the feeling is not right. I mean, it will help to have more space to ease into at the end here. Oops. Alright, let's fix the arms yet again. See, that's too isolated, that shoulder. I think probably I'll adjust it with this. Okay, that's feeling pretty nice. And then maybe just have this not come quite so far back. It's feeling a bit isolated right now. You always want to avoid isolated movements, really. Things that don't feel connected. Especially with something like this. Cool. Feels better. if you can't see any features on the thing that you're like tracking the spacing for, super useful to kind of use this like rotation and just track where the center point is. So I kind of want to do a little up and then a down. So I can just track this little point here, and you can kind of see that it just comes down ever so slightly. And that's enough for me to like be able to track that rotation. And that one's just a bit too much. Ooh, how's that feel? Feels pretty weighty, pretty nice. Let's whack in a move and hold. See, I actually have a beat here where I'm doing a little eye dart. I want to get that in, and just before I do that, I want to hold to that point. So let's get that beat in there. See if we can make that read with just a head instead of an eye. Oh, right. Time to grind this out. Should we sit down again? I think we should. Let's sit down. Have to get a refill. Do a stretch, guys, if you're watching. You're animating on your own shots right now. Get a stretch in. Stay limber. You'll regret it. If you don't, you won't regret staying limber. You'll regret it. If you let your back die by the age of like 22, not worth it. Not worth it. I'm going to create an ease here. Just ease into this pose. If you're seeing anything wrong with the rig, by the way, it's a work in progress rig. This is the new Ramon Orengo work in progress Minerva rig. It's very nice. I'm going to change my mind here and actually do a pose here. Just because there's a bit more contrast, gives me something to work into, and the other one can maybe be a breakdown pose. So come forward here a bit and up. Slight chest movement that way and up. Okay, let's go back to a previous pose we had with the head. It's kind of what we wanted. It looks back to that direction. Nice. Make it a tiny bit different. Break it up a bit. Alright, honestly, that's enough. Good enough pose for me. Just want to get a little bit of motion in that hock. Now I can't use the roll control because just there's some broken stuff in this rig. And the roll control is one of those. It's a little annoying, but it's all good. We can just cheat it by just putting things into the ground or whatever. Here's a little... Let me just play this back for a sec for anyone new to the stream. Here's where we're at right now. Just working through this animation. Putting in all the breakdowns we need. Having fun with it. Oh. I have no idea. Oh, actually, I do know where Chester is. He is away for the weekend. I was about to reveal all his personal details. Yeah, I don't think he's around this weekend. I think he had some plans today, but not sure if he's around tomorrow. So your Rocket League will have to wait, Peter. I would challenge you, but I'm very much bronze. Very bad at games. Chester is certainly superior at video games to me. He is a gamer. I am a very average gamer at best, if that. I'm not even average. I'm below average. I'm bad. All right, let's add another beat here that we wanted. Just a slight moment. And get the mechanics in there so that these breakdowns will just come so easily to us. All right, there's a little down in here. I missed that in my reference, clearly. So you can see how much difference having poses in there so you can flick between to see the contrast makes, because I can now see that there's a little up down in that movement, which is very helpful for believability. Sounds like a pretty good deal, Peter. Rocket League Coach website. And there will be a lot more interest in it than there is for an animation coach website, that's for sure. Speaking of animation coach websites, Keyframe Coach, check it out if you want. You don't have to though. It's all good. If you need Rocket League coaching, check out rocketleaguecoach.com. Peter Pichevsky 3D. Did I say that right, Peter? There's too much movement in this. Use that back. Okay, I want this to read more as like a beat, so I'm actually going to try and hold this. Oops, I'm going to try and hold this like head position a bit more, so that it's not just moving so much through that. I want it to get to its final pose, really. See how that just like sticks a bit better and it's a bit clearer. And then I'm going to do the same through here, where I just want to hit that and make sure that I'm showing that that's like a beat and I'm hitting that. Just a few frames more. So let's put in a little tween for the mechanics. Honestly, there's so little movement between those, I'm just not even going to touch anything. I'm sure it's fine. Like, just having that in there is something to play with in blocking. Polish. Like, it's enough to be able to polish things up by having like just something in there. It's better than having just empty keyframes. Just having keys with information, even if they're 50% tween machine or 30% tween machine, can be more useful than just having nothing. If that just eases to its final position there. See how we kind of feel like we've got a little beat there? He's like, huh, huh, and then looking around. So I'm just really favoring this key here, so it's just a slight ease into that. Even more than my reference, slightly. Can push it more. I don't want it to feel too cat-like, but I guess I did say this was feeling like Catwoman earlier. So why not? Let's go ahead and do an ease in here. it's still coming down here, you know. It's very, very, very subtle. Doesn't even move that much. Okay. Now this chest is, honestly, I would rarely use this much reference for a move like this. I'd just animate it. But since we're in here and we have the reference and it's been pretty good to us so far, we're going to do it. Get this head and just massively favor, oops, done that. And massively favor this key, the next one. We'll just get a little ease in. We're actually doing a bit of an over arc there. Going up and then down. It's cool. Get this neck most of the way there. How's that looking? Nice, definitely need an ease out. Probably the most detailed I've done a blocking for a while. In terms of like a little simple head move. But I like how contained it is, because it's more about the head moves than the body. If I was moving the body too much, then it starts to become about that. And it's not. It's just about the head. You notice I'm not really moving the back arm too much as well. I don't know, I feel like it's not super important. It's reading fine to me. And if I play something and I'm like, it's kind of reading fine, then I'm not going to spend loads of time worrying about that. Alright, let's get a little ease out in here. And honestly, the body is barely moving. I'm sure Tween Machine did a fine job of that. We'll find out when we come to spline it. I don't want to be too arky with the head here. In fact, I'm just going to... tween it and keep it fairly linear. When you're too arky with the head, like this, for example, it just becomes a bit animation-y and a bit unclear versus, you know, a slightly more direct linear movement, which is going to feel more like he has somewhere to look. He has a reason that he's looking somewhere. Just keep this a bit more over here. I just want to favor that previous one because we spend plenty of time in the next key, but because we don't have eyes, I just want to keep in this pose a little bit longer just so we read the beat of this look. Just take that back a little. If that makes sense. I think it does. Like, this is the beat. We like have a beat here, we have a beat here. If we only have 2 frames, it might be a bit quick. So I just want to like keep the head in that pose a little longer. And let's see how that looks. Yeah, feels pretty good. Honestly, there's not a ton of contrast between these, so I might up this so we look a bit further over. I don't want it swimming like that. I just want it in a pose. But that's a little bird-like, so maybe we'll just add a little more weight to that. Cool. All right, now this stuff's going to be fun in here. Getting this done. So So I'll choose the biggest kind of extreme pose that I can find, which is probably something like this, before that leg comes off. So just as the leg starts to come up, I'll choose that. Just whacking it in between. Let's have a look at the root. Adjust this angle. Animation's a hard thing to stream. How do you make this interesting, you know? It's just... I'm just getting on with it, you know? I'm just putting in, putting poses in there. There's not a lot to kind of say. It's like rinse and repeat. Control your spacing. Take a look at the contrast between the poses in the reference. It's definitely my favorite part of animation. Just really getting into some blocking. Just kind of going to look at here. I think we actually come down a bit. Not sure. Maybe we do. Yeah, I buy that. Base of the neck is kind of coming down. But also not rotating as much as we have. Maybe slightly, but not very much. Butt's definitely coming up. I think that needs to be delayed a little. I think it's coming forward too much as well. Why is that happening? Because of the neck? Could be. There might also be something happening in perspective that's showing me that stuff. No, perspective is pretty good. Let's see, shall we? Just coming forward a bit too much, maybe. Okay, that's feeling a little nicer. How is that neck moving? I don't know why I'm getting a feeling that this is coming forward too much. Just like try and draw a line here to see. Flick between them. I feel like they're pretty in line, right? So maybe this is fine. Yeah, I think this is fine. We'll go with this. And then we're going to... I'm going to grab a pose of this hand. Something I was happier with. I don't noticing that I didn't animate that through there. But that's okay. Alright, we'll do a new pose. Because we're not actually coming any further forward than this. This is like the most forward it gets. See how that hook is just bending? Boom. Not that much though. There's a little rotation too. I do like to overdo things sometimes and then just like blend back with the blend to neighbors hotkey. Nice. Feels pretty good to me. This one needs to come back. And these need to flare out a little more. In fact, I'm going to grab all of those and just overextend them. I'm going to blend them back just a bit. A bit too much. Gosh. Okay, that kind of feels like enough weight. Maybe too much. Blend. I'm being lazy with this backhand for sure. Not put enough information in there at points, but it's what it is. It's a backhand, and the arm is not actually moving that much in terms of the contrast because it's like a straight arm. So I'm not actually having to worry about it, like in a 2D sense, which is nice. All right, let's fix up some last bits, which I feel like that is coming down. That's coming down enough for me anyway. And then let's get this shoulder just... It's actually... What is this shoulder doing? It's kind of coming back, but that's more because this chest is rotating back. Like so. And then I reckon this shoulder is actually rolling forward just a bit to keep that arm straight. Maybe up rather than forward. It's definitely going back visually in screen space, but I'm not sure. Maybe this needs to not come over so much. Nice. That's what I want. Just a very, very subtle straightening of this arm that comes through, because you can kind of see that this is coming forward actually, even though the rest of him seems to be like going back. That part of the arm is actually coming forward. That feels nice. I don't know why I refer to myself in the third person. Like, he's doing this. It's me. That's my reference. All right. Let's play that through and hit the be right back button. Be back in a sec with some fresh water. First time having my window open this year. Getting warmer over here in the UK. Nice. Alright, I'm back with some water. Let me stand again. Feeling a bit fidgety. So, went away from the screen. Gained 4 viewers. Hello, welcome to the stream. I'm here animating the new Minerva rig from Ramon. It's very nice. Work in progress rig, but coming soon. Similar to the Apollo and Artemis rigs, which are just very nice. Why don't we have a little look at finishing this animation? Alright, so this is feeling good. Let's just add some more information. Just got to put down keyframes. When the character land, feels a bit soft. When am I going to... Will I change the timing and spacing on that part later? Yes, I definitely agree. I think it's where I'm merging the references. It's definitely feeling like it's lacking some impact right now. But I think you can feel that in my reference as well. So I'm kind of thinking I will remove a frame or two from that landing. Because I totally agree with you. Might also add like a little bit more of a down in the hits. But I'm not sure yet. I like to get all my spacing in there and then do timing later. Clearly the chair and those 4 viewers. Clearly Marcus. Better animator than me. Chair stream when? I feel like there's a burst of spacing after here, so I'm just gonna do this as a keyframe. Why didn't I do a backflip in my own reference? I don't know, Egg. I don't know. I guess I'm more of a... Oh, I know why. It's because I just wanted to show... I really wanted to show the editing process of putting together 2 different references, you know? It was more helpful to the viewer to have multiple references, more realistic. I could do a backflip right now. I can't be bothered. Busy animating, so okay. It's feeling strange. Still feels strange, that's fine. Skinning is a bit strange on this rig, but that's fine. Work in progress. Progress. However, come on. I would like to learn how to do a backflip though. It's just scary when you're an adult. I feel like it's the kind of thing you learn as a kid. If you can do a backflip, you can do a backflip, right? If you can't when you're an adult, by the time you're an adult, it's a bit scarier. Landing on your neck, not very fun, probably. The ideal foot setup is foot controls at work. Minerva's the Minerva rig's foot controls right now are pretty broken. Like the ball roll just doesn't work, as you can see. It's just kind of broken. I have it set on 157 right now, but there's just nothing actually happening to geometry. So that's something that this work in progress rig will improve on for sure. My ideal foot setup is, I suppose is bad. My ideal foot setup is actually something I would love to see and I haven't seen on rigs before is, maybe there's a rig out there that does have this, is like physical controls similar to, you know, something like this for the toe, but that's connected to a foot attribute which animates the toe. So you could choose both, because sometimes I like to use the channel box, sometimes I like to use controls, but if I had to use one, I would prefer controls for sure. I'm not that fussy. It's all about getting the right 2D shape for me. When you animate on projects, do you always record ref by yourself? I cannot act by myself. I actually can't see what that says. Do we have any way to be a good animator? Acting isn't something I've learned, so I feel like people can learn to act, but I feel like not being a good actor is more down to sometimes, maybe not always, but it's more down to having like inhibitions that you can get better at working through. So if you're too shy to film reference in front or like show people, or you just feel like silly doing it, then work on that. Don't feel silly. Take it seriously. Like, but I feel like animation, I don't want to say to anyone, give up on your dream. If you can't act, you can't be an animator. But acting is a performance through a character. And if you're not interested in acting or performance, maybe you're interested in like just mechanics and you want to be a games animator, that's fine. But for me personally, I feel like a big part of it and a part of why I love animation is because you're acting through a puppet essentially, right? You're doing a little performance, you're putting on a performance for people. I don't know, I just don't know a lot of animators who don't love that part of it and who aren't like excited to do a performance through a character, you know? But then I work in feature animation, so maybe I'm more predisposed to acting, and I haven't had a lot of experience in games. I mean, I've done one project, and you know, it wasn't fully like games. I wouldn't really say like. I mean, I say it for my CV because it sounds good. Oh, I've got experience in games and feature and TV and previs. But really, games is quite a different job, I think. And the fun part for me is the acting. You know, that's like the first creative step of the animation to get a performance in there. It's not about making sure that you have great reference. It's more about if you enjoy acting, like actually through a character and going through those emotions while you're animating. It's part of the process. Like, what's the character feeling in this moment? You know, you almost go on a journey with them and do stuff like that. So big shoulder movement. It's nice. This shoulder going back, it is slightly, in my animation it's coming forward. Yeah, it's nicer. But then my arm is not coming back that much. Okay, that's feeling about right. Okay, that's just broken for no reason. I can't switch between perspective and camera. Nice. Very nice. Thank you, Maya. Just Maya things. Slight bend in the arm. Shoulder maybe delayed a bit. Oh, Maya, really just gonna make me switch manually? Okay. Hey, this program. Get me Blender. Who's got a good tutorial? This guy. Today's the day. The switch happens. I haven't had my light on this whole time again. Let's forget this. There we go. Professional animator. Professional streamer. Oh, sorry you've had to look at me like that, guys. I thought my eyes weren't hurting from having blasting light in my face. Alright, let's... Not super happy with this leg angle. Maybe this fixes it. Also noticing like a little bit of rotation in that elbow, which is pretty cool. Please, Maya. Can you just switch? No? Okay. Nice. Let's go here and let's do some hip stuff. There it is. Okay, that's nicer. It's nowhere near like what my animation is doing for some reason. It's killing me. Alright. Okay, so that back leg is fine. This one. This one is wrong. Why is it wrong? That angle is off. Way off. This is off. This is off. But not everything is off. So that angle should not be off. Why is this happening? Let's find out. Maybe it's just too far back right now. That's a little better. This could fix it. Okay, that's feeling a bit better. We'll go with that. Feel fine about that now. Let's make that just a bit closer to camera as well. Oh. Okay, we have some keys. All right, it's looking bad right now. We need more breakdowns to work out why that is. So let's just add them. By the time these breakdowns are done, this should make more sense, look less crap. This is a good, I guess, thing to look at for sliding feet. So you'll see that the foot is touching the ground at all times. And some people might just do an in-between and say, hey, the foot's sliding. But it's like changing angle. So it kind of starts like that, right? And then as it comes off, it's like going like that, but still touching, and then pivots down. So that's a nice thing to get in when you're doing a sliding foot, because sometimes the step is too much, so you want to slide it, but you can get a nice release of weight on that foot and then plant it down. It's kind of like just a nice free little weighty thing that you can add. All right, so within here, kind of have a little lean forward. Let's get that in there. Ease it back. It's not a similar amount of movement. That is a bit better. Really barely anything, honestly. Okay, I don't know what to press there. Now, this does start to come up slightly. I'm still going to ease it back more. It's very slight. And I think it has a little bit more motion this way. Just using my nudging tool to just nudge between things. I mean, it's a built-in tool to Maya. It's literally just called move key or move tool, something like that. This is moving a bit too much. This whole hand can just move a little more. Oh, it's actually moving down. So let's turn on the overshooter. Add some of that. There we go. Remotion. Let's see if the other hand has that too. I'm going to mirror. Grab that and... Okay, so that is actually easing back slightly, so I can just literally hit ease. Try and match that motion. Alright. Okay, rinse and repeat. Let's go in between. Grab everything. Ease out. Ease back. Blend back. Try and match that spacing a bit. Hey, Miss A, still here. Still going. See what the hand is doing. Do I want that move that it's doing? Yeah, that's pretty cool. Let's try and get that in. So it's kind of pivoting off of these fingers a bit. So we get a little of that. and a little rotation back. Nice. That arm's not moving that much in the reference. Tone that down. I think that doesn't have as much movement as I think. Just a very slight movement, and then it's actually more in like the hips. So how does that feel? Maybe the neck is starting to come down just a bit. But maybe not that much. Oh, I just literally copy and pasted the entire chat into the chat. Don't want to do that. I just hope someday that I'll be able to animate so easily. You will be. Just got to put in the time. Try and work hard to not only improve your animation, but also make your life easier. Have processes that matter. Not matter. Processes that matter. Processes that make things just run a bit smoother. Shut my hands here so my neighbours don't think I'm too weird. Yeah, give yourself processes that make sense to you, make your life easier. It's not super easy. This has taken a lot of brain power to do. It's not, I mean, this is the most fun for me because it is a little bit more, not automatic, but it's just a bit more, I guess, fun. There's more creative decisions to make in this part. The blocking one, I was kind of, you know, for body mechanics, I feel like I want to just copy the reference as much as I can, get as much as I can out of that. But for this, I'm kind of making decisions about arcs, and not just arcs, but also where to push things, where to tone things down. Like with those head moves, I don't want them to feel super mushy. I want them to feel solid, but also not too solid. Don't want them to feel like bird head moves. It's a lot of fun. It takes a lot longer to use the reference this closely, but I think it does give you nicer animation, and it's worth doing. But if you can kind of learn how much reference you need to use for your workflow, then you can spend a lot less time on things like this. You know, if you have something that's much more pose to pose, I don't use nearly as much reference as I am in doing this animation for pose to pose stuff. Just because I basically use the initial blocking, the key poses, and then I do kind of in-betweens without using the reference. Mostly. Not always, but mostly. Mostly. Saying find a system or a workflow that works and put everything you learn in there. Kind of. I'm not saying to stick to one workflow. I'm saying to... Sorry, just need to concentrate a bit on this bit. Just looking at this, it looks like this is actually just starts to come up. Comes over just a touch, but not that much. The shoulder does come over, but not quite that much. And it also stays up for longer, so that we get a bit of a stick actually here. Yeah, that's what we want. Yeah, I don't feel like I'm saying stick to one workflow. I'm saying actually experiment with things and learn different ways to animate different things. You know, if you stick to one workflow, I think that actually, yeah, if you're animating the same thing all the time, then it works for sure. But if you're not, like, I don't use this workflow that much. I'm just animating this shot in the best way that I think I can animate it. I feel like I use lots of different techniques. Sometimes I layer things in, sometimes I use just pose to pose workflow, just whatever you can do to get the shot the fastest, to get to where you want to see, where you want to be with the shot the fastest. To me, that's the best thing. So don't say to yourself, oh no, only ever use this, or Owenferny said you have to do everything like this. It's just build up a whole library of ways of doing things in your head if you can, or if you're not of a technical mind, if you don't like worrying too much about the technical stuff, then find one way that works for you and just roll with that. I think some people do say they speak absolutely in animation terms and their ideas on animation. And I think sometimes I do that. But I think that's more for just like clarity on that particular point that I'm making, rather than thinking, oh, I'm an animation purist, so I only animate this way, and this is the way that animation is supposed to be done. I think if something works for you and you enjoy that and it gets you the result, it's all about the result at the end of the day. If you can get a nice result with your animation, then you've got a workflow that works, you know? It's not to say don't be open to new ideas, don't be open to new ways of how people can, or don't be open to new methods that people might teach you or introduce you to. I think speaking absolutely about animation is a little ridiculous sometimes, when there are just so many ways to achieve the same result. But I'll do it anyway, because there's no point in having well, there's not much to be learned from saying, oh yeah, just everything works, you know? I'm putting across my way. I'm saying what works for me. Some people might disagree, might not work for some people as well, and that's all good. But it works for me, so I'll share that. You guys can decide if that's useful. If it's not useful, that's fine. It might even not be useful, but you still learn something from it, and you still think, oh, okay, maybe that could be useful if I was doing a certain type of thing, or, oh, that actually sparked an idea about a way I could improve my workflow. I'm not saying it copy every single thing I do, but maybe there's one or two things in here that you guys are picking up, and maybe you think, oh, I'd like to include some of that. I so heavily rely on flicking between my frames, seeing the contrast for myself. Some people don't even flick between their keys, you know? And who am I to say that they're wrong if they can produce some great animation? Oh, I love stuff like this, where there's a peel off, you get a nice extension in the arm, and this is like a great example of squash and stretch. Like this nice peel off in the arm. Like, look at what Tween Machine is giving me. It feels so different to if I have that arm down there and actually just peeling off as it should. It just creates so much nice contrast, which is great. I get excited about little things like that. It's so silly. So silly. But it's the little things. I don't know why this spacebar trick switching between the two views is now working, but it is. I was thinking while I was in the shower earlier. It would be cool to do a 12 principles of animation video on the 12 principles of body mechanics. What do you guys think about that? Because I thought of a few things. I'm like, that's not really something that I ever learned from. I feel like I have a lot of rules that go through my head, or things that I say to myself, like, okay, I need to do this or this or this, and it's not something that I've exactly learned from that stuff, from this guy here, you know, the animated survival. This is way heavier than I thought. This is a lot of effort to bring over, but you know, there's a lot of stuff in here, and it's so good. But just, I feel like there could be something like the 12 principles of like how to animate in 3D. The 12 3D principles. I don't know. I just think with the 12 principles, I find that obviously great. I just feel like if it was being written now, maybe they would have like 40 principles. There's just a lot of things that I think aren't. Okay, I need to put that back because it apparently provides a lot of stability to my bookshelf. Yeah, I don't know. And I should have written down what I thought of earlier, because now I've forgotten. But just things like C-shape in the spine, headspace, things that I'm always banging on about when I'm giving advice or talking to people about animation. Yeah, I think it could be a cool video, Christos. I'm glad you agree. I think part of the reason I think that it would be cool is just because, not like a reimagining of the 12 principles, but just like what there's some 12 principles like solid drawing. It's like, in a way, yes, that still relates to 3D animation, because you can think of every principle in 2D as a principle of 3D animation. I'm just gonna sit down. Like solid drawing is kind of like just, I don't know, holding the pose, not moving things around too much, like clarity, I say. But I think wording it in a way that makes sense to 3D animators, or people at least new to animation, so like, oh, I need to learn drawing. Like, I don't think you do need to learn drawing. You just need to learn about the principle of clarity. And clarity is not a principle of animation, but for me, when you teach someone about clarity who's a 3D animator, they're going to be, I don't know, it's like, I'm sure all of these things that are the 12 principles made an absolute ton of sense, and it's the kind of thing which, like, Richard Williams, obviously, or not Richard Williams, Frank and Ollie Johnston, who came up with or coined the 12 principles, I'm sure when they were taught those things, they had like a massive mind blowing, oh my god, yes, that's absolutely a principle of animation. It's just some of them don't translate as well as others. Obviously, squash and stretch, posing, timing, spacing, yes, absolutely, principles of animation, principles of 3D animation. I just think there's ways to word some of them to make just a little more sense in this modern world of 3D animation. Almost like a tier list for the 12 principles. Hey, Gokul. The color things are a feature in Maya 2024. So the blue one means it's got a translation key. Yellow means a rotation key. I think it's green for the scale key. And then the bottom one is a visibility key. So just a way of I mean, I just have everything keyed, so it has all of them. But if I grab something that has a scale attribute, which this does, you can see they're all green. If I just move the translate, it just gives me a blue key. If I move the rotate, gives me a yellow key. Yeah, it's pretty cool. New feature in Maya 2024, that is. Grab these, just blend back a little. How is that moving through screen space? Kind of going straight up. I've got it coming forward quite a bit. Maybe it's not that. Yeah. Maybe this actually just comes up more. Okay. How many more poses have we got to do? Not many. Maybe 3 more? Let's have a look at it so far, shall we? Cool. Then I might do a quick timing pass and then call it there. Let's try and get these in. Sweet. Definitely going to finish this blocking today. That's my goal. Wow. Whack a key in. In fact, I'm going to put the keys in right now, animate them all right now. In between. Just want to put some keys in so I know that the green ones are the ones I have to animate. So this is going to add a lot because we've got an up down of the chest in here, which is cool. That's just totally missing from my key poses because the hips are obviously coming up later. Careful of my spacing, not popping too much. Kind of coming up, but with the back of the... That's kind of an effect of the lat coming back as I'm bringing that shoulder back, but actually the chest is coming down at the base of the neck as reference. Boom, boom. Down, yeah. But how much is it coming down? A little. Seems like it's coming forward too much, more than anything. Gets a little static through here. What should this be doing? Should be coming up more, definitely. And this comes down. Okay. Yeah, that's about what I want. Kind of like paying attention to the spacing of the hips, but also the chest and everything at the same time. It's pretty, honestly, fairly difficult, but just gotta do our best. I'm not even looking at the arms or anything right now, just purely looking at the massive amount of body that we have. And once that's in, then we can worry about... See, this is a down? What? Let's push that down then. Let's try what I have in here. So I think I want to kind of like burst into this motion a bit more, be just a bit more explosive up here. Means I need to like come down a bit with this. Kind of come up and pivot. Get just a bit more up in this pose, even though I still want it to come down. And then this is about coming up while this starts to come down again. I don't want to move this too much because I don't want to go away from my angles too much, but it's not connecting so well with how long she is in the legs. I think it's because I'm paying too much attention to the root and not enough attention to the angles of the legs. I'm just going to do a leg pass and see what that gives me. Go back a bit further. Just come here. Want this nice stretch through here. This should be much closer to that. Slight slide back there. I think I need to come further forward with that foot. Let me get through here. Yeah. Maybe this ends up here. Yeah. See, that's stuck now, isn't it? Yeah, so we can comfortably go in and say that stays there. Slight movement. That does roll back off of that because it's slippery sliding. How much though? Not a ton. Yeah, decent amount. A little more angle. And then a little more angle through here. Oh, it's so weird that that just sticks in place. I guess it goes up. Cool. Now let's try and match what's happening with this. We start to come forward. Looking at the arc of that back foot. Looks like we need to do some knee stuff. When you done with your blocking, or what stage you think you are in your work, it depends. On something like this, honestly, nearly done. I could do another stream and finish this off after doing this blocking. Just because I'm doing like a super detailed blocking, and I'm basically working out things that I would work out in polish right now. You know, I'm messing with my spacing and trying to get things feeling nice. But I'm technically still in blocking, but that's more just because I haven't hit spline yet. But I'm actually doing the animation, just not in spline. I tend to try and put as much as I can in this process of doing the blocking, the animating on step. And then spline is kind of hit spline, clean some things up. What's going on here? And you're done. Right, let's fix this body now that we've got the legs in a decent place. So I'm actually going to try and think about how the chest is kind of unraveling and moving through this. So just do a little pass on that, and that should help with getting things in the right spot. So I think we're at our most down through here, which I think is correct as I have it now. And it kind of starts to come up here in terms of spine shape. So just ease back to that. We'll go and just ease in a bit of the next frame. And we actually have like a big change in here, so where we're all the way up to here. But I think where I'm going wrong is I'm like getting too upright here where I don't have my reference. I think I would actually stay down quite a lot. Let's get up in this pose. Just hold up a little more in that. And then we'll do the angle, which should be something like, we just start to come up here. I think that's actually going okay. We got more information in here? Yeah, we do. Okay. And then she runs forever, and it's done. All right, that's feeling way better at the end. The slip is feeling realistic. I think the down is maybe a little bit too up down right here. So maybe this just needs to stay down a bit more through here. Because I feel like I'm trying to get into a run too soon. Whereas actually she's kind of falling through here, right? So I feel like I got right up here. And I maybe don't actually want to be that high yet. Like maybe she's just getting her balance by the end. All right, let's do a hand pass. And then a head pass. Arm pass, I should say. You know what? Women do overextend their arms at times. So maybe this will be nice. I'll leave it for now. And we'll make the hands a bit daintier than they are in the reference. My very manly reference. Have a look at the shoulders. They're coming forward, kind of driving through, and then actually coming back in this pose. Bam, and up. Shoulder comes right up there. Keeps coming up. Ooh. Nice. Bit too much bend in that. I feel like I actually kind of want to like lead with that, you know, so it gets up there, and then you see how that is just starting to swing back through there. It's pretty cool. So I want to do that as well. Yeah. Ooh. If you're new to the stream, I am working on this animation with the lovely Minerva rig. It's a work in progress rig from Arango, rather. It's very cool so far, but it is work in progress. So there's some skinning issues and things like that, but I think you have to agree the model is pretty cool. This pose is not quite doing it for me. Let's get this higher. Just buy higher. Let's get this shoulder and elbow up more and back more. The stream lasts until I end the stream. I don't have a schedule, no. I'm just doing this in my free time. It's not something that I have time to schedule into my life, really. I just feel like streaming right now, and I want to get a nice little test done, kind of inspire myself to make some content. So I thought I'd do some streams. The plan was to edit these into more consumable content, but to be honest, they're so long so far that... Okay, something's going wrong. Really? They're so long that I'm not sure that I really want to do that, but it's, you know, it's inspiring some ideas in things I want to make. But I'm not really planning to make this anything more than just I'm here today streaming. There's no schedule. I put it out maybe a couple of hours before, an hour or two. You'll see when I'm streaming. Follow me on Twitter, follow my Discord, and you'll see when that might be. follow my Discord, join the Discord. There's a growing community of animators in there. Cool. Got like 200 people now, 210 maybe. And we get more every stream. Pretty cool, honestly. I mean, I do enjoy this. It's something I would love to do. It's just, you know, there's only so many things you can do, and streaming is not super high on my priority now. When my wife goes out for the day, I've got some time, can work on this, and I'm very humbled that you guys would join me while I sit here and blabber on about any questions that you have. All of my hotkeys are currently breaking. Maya is definitely had enough. I'm gonna save as well. Do that. Save scene, iterative save. Thanks, Def Time. Appreciate that. Like I say, I do enjoy it. It's definitely fun. Something I'd love to do more of. But there's so many things I'd love to do more of, you know? Can't do it all. I'm going to bring these arms forward a bit because I don't like this shape I'm getting behind that body. The streams have honestly been doing pretty well offline as well. Not offline, still online, just not live. Been getting a decent amount of views. And I'm honestly so close. And to be honest with this stream, I've probably done it, but to hitting the monetization threshold. So when you hit 4,000 watch hours on YouTube, then you're eligible for monetization. And I think with this stream, we were on like 3,900 hours before. We'll probably get there, which is very exciting for me. It's been a few years on YouTube, and before the last 2 live streams, I had not made a penny from it. And that's not really why I do it, but, you know, it's definitely more sustainable if you're making some money from it. There's a reason outside of just enjoying it to do it. But I guess other challenges come with that too. Not selling out. Not just trying to please the YouTube algorithm. I honestly would love to build Keyframe Coach more, to be like something that I can commit more time to, and you know, I really just, I like doing that sort of thing. I like giving feedback, and if there's a way down the line that I can kind of replace some of my time that I'm using with doing that, in terms of doing less animation and spending more time doing reviews, then that's pretty cool, I think. Definitely something I'm interested in doing. Because I love animation, but it's been doing it for a while now. I mean, I'm animating here on a Saturday. But I'm certainly very keen to build something. I don't know what, I don't know an end goal. I'm not like, oh, these are the numbers I want to hit, this is what I want to do. But just to build my teaching presence and I guess get into teaching more. It's something I enjoy doing. Something that helps me as an animator. So why not do it? Okay. Whoa, we have an initial blocking pass here. Let's adjust a couple of things. I think that head turn at the end is a little bit harsh. So I'm just going to tweak that a little. One thing that like stands out to me. Feels a little bird-like to me. Just kind of create that in between again. Just ease a little more, maybe. Yeah, that feels a bit more natural. I think there's some finger stuff, certainly, that we can work on. Let's do... There's something in the arms here as well, which is throwing me off. It like shoots forward a bit too quick. I think these are actually wanting to be just a little closer to that previous pose. Cool. Thanks, Mate. Hopefully we can make it look a bit better. Super ugly stuff happening with this back arm here. What's going on here? Let's have a look. Just got like a little... Hey. Can probably get just a bit more. Maybe we can like peel off and that would look better. Just like have a bit more of an arc in this arm. Maybe the fingers need to also complement that. So it makes sense that they're extended there, and then I think here it just wants to go like that, and then have a little overlap in those fingers. And then can we see it back there? Might help. No, I think we want to lose it faster. So we come forward a bit with this. Get it forward, get an arc going. So that it kind of feels like that elbow is then leading back just a bit. Then actually have that elbow lead back while this drags. But these fingers might be too much. And back. I just wonder if we can like get that just a little bit more in silhouette or something. My hotkeys are not playing today. It's like it wants to drive back here, I feel. It's like feeling out the animation. Yeah, something like that. Let's see if we can get this elbow just back a little more. It's like right to the side. And then here, can we do something a bit more healing with that arm? It's always funny to cut to Minerva and it be in a really compromised position in the perspective. So maybe something like this, just overlapping that leg and then coming through. Kind of want this like nice and tight to the body. Just to create a bit more clarity on that arm, honestly. So that goes through. Oh. And then start to ease back. I don't like that they all just go into like a big extended pose. So maybe I'll just do it with the forefinger. Then back with these. And maybe it doesn't even hit until this pose. And then this is back. Cool. Back. Even gonna bend this just a bit. Yeah, that's a bit nicer. Oh my god. Did it crash? Oh my god. Keyframe Pro just crashed and it gave me a heart attack. Why did Keyframe Pro? Oh my god, what's going on with the webcam? Nice. Wait, I can just brush it off? How does that work? What? So cool. Yeah, hopefully, Mate. But share it with your friends. Let people know. That was weird, the webcam and my keyframe just dying. I think there's something going on with my computer. I need to get it checked out. I think I got a broken cooler or something on there. Okay, I still don't like this. Feels a bit, I don't know, stupid. There's something going on that I don't like. Maybe it's just that these hand poses are just boring. Let's try a fist. Just to try it. No, I actually like the hands out. But I don't like how panhandly they are. Maybe they need a bit more 3D-ness. Yeah. Definitely. Definitely. And let's create a bit more interest in these. Somehow. I think not only would it go down, it would kind of... I don't know. What would this do? A little bit floppy there. Maybe that's the issue. What's this arm doing when it comes up? It kind of swings forward and then... Maybe it's like this pose that's feeling a bit weird. If it was FK, this would just swing down and not overlap. Maybe I should be trying that. Make it feel more FK. That feels pretty good to me. Okay, I didn't do a head pass at the start, I'm realizing. Did I? Yeah, oh, it's happened again. What's happening here? But it's fun that I can just brush it off as well, so I don't know, I kind of like it. It's pretty cool. I've kind of unlocked a new feature. See, I'm not going to refer to my reference here. I'm just going to kind of use animation skills. So the head would kind of lead that. Yeah, then we ease into that. Maybe we have a little pose here as well before we then come back. And then do a nicer head move into that. It was a little soft. Potentially come back sooner. I'm gonna do some timing now. Reference is gone. I like to cheat spacing at the top, so let's come in and let's move these and put them on ones. In fact, first, before we do this, I'm going to save. And we're gonna play with this. Just to make things a bit snappier. Go on to 2s in there. Let's put a 3 in here. And then as we come down, we'll go into a 2. And then here can be... I might play with this to make this feel just a bit more offset with this backhand. Also not liking the little stick in screen space there. Which means maybe this should actually come up more. Oh. Yeah, I think it should. Yeah. The landing is feeling way too soft. I definitely want this on a 1 in between here. And then probably through here is like 2. And then maybe we put this stuff on 2. Nope. Just needs more weight on the landing, I think, as well. So if we move all of this... See, that's just too much. It's like doing too much spacing. It's nice to pop out of that. I think it just needs a little more love in the landing part. It's like something's cut out of there. Maybe this just needs to stay on a 2, honestly. Then when we get down here, maybe that goes onto a 1. Let's have a look. Feels nicer. And then I actually want to hold this just like a tiny bit longer on this look back. So maybe if I make that on a 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got the yogurt back on my face again. What is happening? And brush all of this off. So weird. Can you guys tell me when the yogurt's back, please? Alright, let's play with this arm. Maybe it just needs to like stretch down. About it. It's just feeling a little soft, like such an ease in there. No. Gross. Okay. I think we need a bigger down. That's the issue. That is the issue, probably. Down before the up. So. Maya. Yogurt's back. Okay, this is the first freeze I've had. Hopefully this doesn't turn into a crash. Yep, crash. Look at my camera. Get out of here. What is happening? Wow, this is great. Oh, okay, it's all starting to go wrong. We'll open Maya and hope that we had an autosave. I guess I only moved some keys around anyway. I'm actually going to try and... Look at it, it's like messing up my teeth. Like a... don't know. Demon. Pretty cool, honestly. Alright, Maya's loading. You know what? Why don't we... Maya stream. You can look at my background. Don't mind. I'm going to put a be right back. And I'll be right back. And we'll finish this blocking off. and get it done. In a sec. Let me load this first. So I actually saved that at 6:05. Will Animbot save me? Stay tuned. Okay, back in a sec. Then we'll fix the camera. Don't you guys just love technical issues? Things just messing up. Like, look at this camera. What's happening? I mean, it's kind of cool, but I'll try and fix it. 1 sec. I'll turn this off. Fixed. Fixed. Great. Genius. I'm genius. Hopefully that actually fixed Maya. I was having some horrible bugs with it as well. So, can I load anything? Maya, you want to help me? You know what? There's only some timing stuff anyway. Let's just do it. I was playing with stuff and I got to where I liked things anyway, so let's just put that in again. I'm going to grab all my keys and move them. Until it feels good. Boom, boom. And I just want another, like, maybe a frame? Maybe 2 frames? That feels alright. Definitely feels a bit too pedestrian through here. And then I think we needed to adjust a little spacing through here with the head. We did. Just so that that comes up more. Lovely. Be right back. I'm back. Thanks, man. I wonder if we could like keep the chest in there a bit longer. Let's see. It kind of like unpeels a bit more. Yeah, I think that feels a bit nicer. Not sure. Maybe it does need to unpeel some. This arc is a bit messed up. This hand just needs to kind of come in. So we come off of this leg here. Arc down into that. Very nice. Something similar here. Like, what's that spacing? It's just doing nothing. It's not interesting. That's much more interesting. I think, anyway. I also want the impression that everything's like coming down, so maybe this does need to just be a bit more out. Bam. Yeah, I think that's cool. And then I wanted to add more down to this movement. Just more spacing. Kind of hits and then doesn't come up too much. There we go. Feel a bit soft. I think we could probably bounce up a bit quicker, maybe. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Let's move this back 2 frames. Okay, feel like that's okay with this part now. But now we need to tweak what we had. With the chest, we get that a bit more controlled. So I'm just going to copy what I had with the arms, basically. Get them nice and straight through here. See if we can't add some weight to the head. Kind of hate what this is doing. Why is that doing that? Let's think about this. It's like the arc is just getting wrecked or something. Needs to be maybe more over here. Just like gets stuck on that 1 frame. But things do get stuck when you're doing a flip. It's kind of weird. Maybe just cheat it so it stays, has just a bit more hang time maybe. Okay, that's feeling a bit mushier. Let's just lead with that head a bit more. This is the real fun stuff with animation, for sure. Just playing with things and making things read better. Bit too much. I think it's because this is coming through a bit too soon, perhaps. Perhaps. I've been using the same stream music playlist for so long that just like starting to learn the songs. It's just like lo-fi beats, but I know the songs. It's nice though. There's something bad in there. I think I'm hating. I think it's just the spacing in here. Let's just play with that. Not be so bad. A bit better. Doesn't ease in so much now. What is this? What's this, Maya? Okay. Compromising position for Artemis there. For Minerva? The work in progress rig from Ramon Rango, creator of Apollo and Artemis rigs. Very nice. Okay, what are you doing, head? Doing some weird spacing, aren't you? Because I messed with stuff, the head is now just wrong. Kidding me? Just feeling like it flicks out of there too much. Hate it, honestly. Just stay tucked. Stay tucked. This is the pose that's bugging me. Need to be patient with that flick out. And maybe it would just start to, but really not as much as I have. So put that back, put that there, push that there, do a bit of that, do a bit of that. Boosh. This is the timing process. Watch it through. Do I hate it? Yes. Fix it. Work out what you hate. Fix it. Definitely something strange spacing going on in here as well, which would help. Right, can I go a bit higher here, maybe? Ooh. Let's try it. That's a bit better. Alright, let's turn the camera on, see what we have. Control S. Maybe not Control S, maybe Control. Save. Been animating so long. Okay, what do we have? Unmute. What has happened here? Why is the camera like this? Nice. Alright, well, I know I don't want any translate on the camera, so you can go. Translate anything, really. Goodbye. I do want rotates. I assume all of these keys in here were wrongly put in. Anything with a... Why? Just why? I hate animation. Alright, let's see what that does for us. Horrible. I'm going to add a little extra zzzz to this. Definitely some spacing rubbish in here. think that's something we can maybe play with in spline. Maybe it just hits up a bit hard at the top, potentially. Yeah, I think so. I think it actually wants to... Okay, that's why, because we've gone into IK. Just a few little silhouette tweaks here, really. And spacing things to improve. Definite pop through here. Be cool to do like a smear actually. Do I have a scale attribute? Oh, I do. Okay, this is in FK. I have scale. Oh. Okay, what if I thicken this? No. Okay. It would be nice to do a nice big sweep through here of that. Just to bridge this spacing. Really? Maybe something like this. Let's find that squash control. I mean stretch control. Okay, this needs the scale attributes unlocked really. That's okay. Thing with that. I just want to just cheat it up there. Just want to bridge the space in as much as I can. Yeah, that reads a bit clearer for me. Not super, but it's what it is. Okay, let's see if we can play with the timing at the end as well, just to make that feel nicer. Fairly happy with this stuff. Gonna play with the camera. Be nice to put that on a 1 maybe. And then maybe I'll play with this leg. And what we could do, because we have the scale attributes, maybe I just want to Scale that. Oh, yeah. It's kind of funny. Just to create a bit of a smear between those would be fun. Obviously, some skinning issues right now. Kind of bridges quite nicely. Can we have more fun with the landing? Maybe. Yeah, I think we can go down more. Maybe let's just try on that one frame. No way. Very bad. I actually like the quick settle. I think that's cool. Maybe there's like just a slight one frame thing we can do. Like, what if this is one frame? No, don't like it. But maybe in here. This is like so easy to do that it's worth playing with. Just to see. But I'll leave it for now. Something you maybe play with in Spline. But... Alright, let's do a quick camera pass and maybe even a play blast. The first play blast. Alright, so I reckon we don't want to move as much as we are at the start. Oh, this is not what I thought it was, actually. So we'll start a bit higher. Just get a fully in frame. This white box is obviously our framing, which is cool. Let's go even higher, give her more headroom. I just want to create a handheld feel as well, so I'm just going to like give a bit of drift down before then coming up. I feel like maybe on this frame is when we start to react. So go down. It's kind of cool that she breaks the screen for a bit. Maybe that's our extreme pose. We'll ease out there. Don't really want to lose the horizon line, so let's keep that in. But we can give it some of this. And much more quickly get down to what we want. We got the down pose about here, so let's just hit that a couple of frames later. And it's always nice to like lead the action with your animation, right? So maybe this is too much up down on the camera. turn this on just to see. Yeah, I don't really want to lose her. Let's go higher. We add some like buildings to the background. Cube. D. Do another cube. Just move them to the background. Just a little bit of a horizon line, I guess. Cheat it. Just give us something random. Just gives us maybe the illusion of it's like a big city or something, I don't know. But also just gives us something to keep the kind of geography when we do that camera move up. Okay, back to the graph editor. Select. So I definitely want to kind of be down further when it hits this frame. That much. And then maybe we just don't go down as far with the camera. Maybe end up somewhere here. I think that's a bit more dynamic. I am at Jellyfish right now. Jellyfish feature. Doing feature stuff. It's very cool. Still at ILM, Josh? Halo VFX. The leg is giving me some issues here. Like ease that a bit more maybe. Yeah, something like that. Right. Wow. I have been streaming for nearly 6 hours. That's a bit intense. Should have some water. Still at ILM, you should come join us. Alright, we'll do. And we've just crashed again. Have we? Please no. Do a stretch. We'll get it back. It's fine. Don't worry about that stupid stuff. Crashes happen. It's all good. Last save was 18 minutes ago. Open. I must have some stuff in here. I must have an autosave. So let me just grab that. I do. Yeah, that's alright. 10 minutes after the last one, so probably just have to redo my camera. That's okay. Thanks, man. This is Iron 8. Big fan. It's just so nice to drink. Hey, thanks, Chwezi. Is that how you pronounce your name? Pretty interesting name. Alright, yeah, I've got it set to every 8 minutes, so it's 10 minutes, I mean, to save, so not too bad. Just loading it in the background. Ugh. This is the kind of thing, streaming for this long, that makes you go, oh, that was a lot. Why is streaming such hard work? I'm streaming for nearly 6 hours. What's up, Chester? 6 hour stream, when? I'm currently trying to get my autosave back. Oh, we have one. Load animation checkpoint. Did that work? It did. Ah, my buildings have gone. That's right. We'll do it again. Okay. Watch me create buildings. Lovely. Ordering me. Okay. OBS just disconnected as well. Brilliant. Okay. Did it just disconnect? My computer is slowly dying right now, telling me stop. I'm going to finish this little camera and then call it a day. So, or if it crashes again, then I will just, oh, okay. I think it actually just got rid of all my animation on my camera. That's, all right. We'll do the camera for the 3rd time. Watch as I slowly lose my marbles. But, you know, once it crashes, you go back into Maya, you know, it's fine. Don't lose that much. You know what you're doing, so you just go back in and redo the same thing. Everything is all good. Let's go down and then up. Yeah, that's fine. Auto tangents only, please. Get right up there. Get up there. You can tickle the edge. And then let's go up here. Continue that through. Let's hit down here. A bit too delayed. Frame up slightly.